Blessings. Peace and blessings, peace and blessings. What a great and simple. My name is Yasmin, aka Sunfire. How y'all doing? Hope you all are doing well. Those of you who are new to the channel, welcome, welcome, welcome. Those of you who are returning, welcome back. If you don't mind, hit that like button. If you like to join the family, hit that subscribe button. All of you who are new to the channel, please keep in mind that you have to go back and check to make sure you're still subscribed to the channel. Also, those of you who are new to the channel and don't know me, um, I'm going to say this one time, and I hope y'all get it clear. If you come in the comments to talk to me, that is fine, as long as you keep some respect on my name. But if you come in the comments talking shit, being disrespectful, I'm the type to bite back, okay? I'm not one to block you. Instead, I'm gonna give you this business, and hopefully, it's provoke some change in you. All right. Um, but I don't block people. All right. Um, I was sitting here, right, scrolling on Facebook, right, and then I got off Facebook, and then I got hit with a wave of emotions of like regret. Sure regret. Like somebody's like in this deep energy of regret. Okay, they about to regret their actions. Okay, and somebody's done covering or protecting this person. Okay, due to their status with the divine, somebody's been demoted. Okay, and I feel like that was the green light somebody needed. With serendipity and unexpected, the unexpected holds the exact key you needed. So somebody got the information that they needed, okay? Uh, but they need to proceed with caution, okay? Because this person, I was also getting a flash of somebody, okay? There's these two masculines. I don't know if they homeboys or what. But in that vision, one of them did some foul things. Peace and blessings. How you doing? And thank you for the hearts. Um, hey, how you doing? Pretty. How you doing? Um, they were homeboys, and I'm assuming, and one knew the truth about something that they did, and they had proof, they had evidence, they had receipts. But because that was their homeboy, they did not turn this information in. Okay. Due to the fact they was protecting them because this person was somebody seen highly by the divine. And I'm telling you what it's about now. And this person lost their crown, okay? And this was the green light this person needed to move forward and bring about a change that's not good for this person, but it's good for you. Okay, you're in this I choose me energy. Self-love, emotional maturity, and clean break. You broke up with somebody, you got a clean break from somebody, okay? Whoever this was somebody that was destined to be on your path. And as I say that, my heart goes to hurting like tremendously, okay? Somebody's heart is aching. Somebody is in deep remorse of what they did to you, okay? And somebody else is in deep remorse for procrastinating on bringing justice to something that they have receipts on. All right? There's two individuals that's emotional about this situation. But one of these individuals, their emotions may run high, and I'm here to give this individual with the receipts a heads up that don't turn your back on this person, okay? Do not turn your back on this person, because this person may be unhinged. Okay? I don't care how long y'all have known each other. I don't care how much y'all rock with each other. But this person is unhinged, and they're willing to keep their name out of whatever this is. Okay? When a desperate person would do anything when they're desperate. Okay? And this person feels desperate to me. Alright? You could have just came from a meeting with this person. And this person is begging and pleading with you. It says, you lost me. Final straw, self-respect, and power move, okay? So, you made a power move, okay? And this person's been trying to cut your path, trying to cut you off from stopping you from doing what you're about to do with this power move. Do not turn your back to this person. Because in the vision, this person walks up with a gun and shoots somebody in the back of the head. Okay? Because they're willing to do anything because they're desperate. So, although you're doing the righteous thing to protect the other person, I feel like you was trying to protect both. Now you realize that it's time to only secure one. Because with insight, your truth arise in quiet flashes, okay? You're gaining insight about what this person truly did and how the divine is going moving according to this person, okay? I feel like it's not easy for you to do this. But at the same time, you have to choose yourself, because whoever this person is like they're you too, you know. Somebody shares your car, and you're having to make a big ass decision. All right. So with presence, this moment is the only one that breathes. Okay. You could have been waiting for the divine to answer you. Okay? And now you have your answers. But be cautious, okay? I don't know what this evidence is, because you lost me, this person, you are covered by the divine with this umbrella. This person may try to ride up behind you. They're trying to stop you. They don't want you to do what you're going to do. This person could drive a 4-door sedan, black, possibly. Okay. This person has not changed at all. A cycle is going to repeat itself. This person got to go through another cycle to learn some lessons. Because they with the same drama. They ain't stopped. They ain't changed who they is. Okay? It's just a different day. This person stays stuck in a loop. Okay? They stuck in a loop because they know what they did. This person is surrounded in darkness, shrouded in darkness. And this person is holding on. You know? They know what they did. And deep down they know they know they need to speak their truth, but they're not doing it. Commitment, devotion is built one breath at a time. Yeah. So you're devoted to whoever this is. I feel like y'all are devoted to each other. This person was not. With commitment, okay? You're committed to seeing this through as well. Because I feel like whatever this person did, you don't agree with. But because of who they were, spiritually, you made a call that was not easy for you to make. And now you're having to do it again. This person is with this lotus flower. You know, they're gonna have to trust the process, okay? With peace. How you doing, David? Hi, Kayla. Wait a minute. Here we go. Look at Kayla and Swell. Don't be coming in my comments with that 6-7 dumb shit, okay? I got a feeling y'all some children over here playing. So I'm gonna watch before I cuss your ass out. But y'all need to get on with this shit. Alright, but anyway, this masculine knows that he's going to have to make peace with what he's done. Okay? Alright, it says peace blooms where resistance softens. So his resistance is being forced. He may be being forced by the divine to drop his resistance to this change. Okay? He needs to know that he needs to trust. Float on the currents that has always known the way. So this person, I feel like this person is like learning one of the biggest lessons they ever learned in their life. Because for some reason, I feel like this person, like, okay, if they hurt me, I'm going to hurt them back type energy. And now they realizing they fucked up. They should have never done that. And you are seeing this person with true eyes now. Because maybe this person tried to make like what they tried to justify what they did. And you gain insight and you seeing this person through a different lens. Some secrets have been revealed. An illusion that this person was creating has been lifted. And they lost their crown. It's not... the energy here is more so of sorrowful. I feel like you don't take no pleasure in doing what you have to do, but to preserve the commitment that you have with another, you are committing yourself to shining the light on the truth, okay, of the matter. Wow. Oh, shit. What day? Yeah, not following your heart. And that's what this person's got to make peace with. This person did not follow their heart. Okay? And they're facing actions and repercussions because of that. Peace and blessings, bro. How you doing? They're facing consequences for not following their heart. Okay? They made choices and decisions based off ego and pride. Okay? And they could have been, their heart could have been numb too and unawakened. And they made these decisions and choices that they did against possibly a divine feminine. Okay? Because I said there's two masculines. Divine feminine is busy choosing herself, loving herself, focusing on herself, doing what she got to do. Picking herself back up from this, yes. This masculine, whatever he did, he burnt the bridge and there's no turning back. Whatever he done, there's no going back to divine feminine. Okay? I don't know if this person was a soulmate that turned karmic or what. But they burnt a bridge that they can't go back over. Okay? They can't come back. That bridge has been burnt to the ground. Okay? Because somebody did something out of spite to a divine feminine when they was in the wrong in the first place. Okay? It's like somebody did something wrong. Divine feminine chose herself. She moved away from it. You know what I'm saying? And this person didn't like the fact that divine feminine turned her back on them. So they come doing whatever they did to the divine feminine that you have evidence and receipts on. Okay? They did that shit out of spite. It was not done for the reasons why they say. Okay? And it's time for them to just make peace with the process of what's going to happen with them. Okay? They made the choices and decisions to do what they wanted to do. And now they have to deal with the repercussions. Okay? But in the end, there will be peace. You know? If this person accept the consequences of their actions, and do whatever it is that they need to do as far as healing themselves, working on themselves, and learn to start following their heart, they will have, and with trust, float on the current that has always known this way. They're gonna have to learn how to process and deal with their emotions. Okay, they're gonna go through something, possibly dark night of the soul. Repeat a cycle of learning how to listen to their heart. Okay, instead of allowing their ego to rule them. Okay, and their ego is what really fucked this whole connection up. Okay, somebody's ego is terrible. All right, and that's all it was, ego. All right, tell me about peace, spirit. Yeah. This person is chaotic. It says, I said a bunch of sorrow. It says chaos, sorrow, madness, falsehood, agony, struggle. This person's struggling with it. Okay? But the divine is working on this person. All right? Ascend to the highest vibration of human life. Harmonize your energy. Embrace your true being. That's why this person is chaotic, okay? They struggle with embracing who they truly are. This is somebody that denied their divinity. Just to get some get back, because, but, hey, if you was operating out of this chaotic energy and divine feminine walked away from you, then, instead of trying to get even because she walked away, and hurt her in the way that you did, I feel like that was overkill. You want a hug? Sure, baby. You can always interrupt me for a hug. Oh, thank you. You smell good. What you got on? What you got on? It smell good. Lotion. What kind of lotion you got? That smells good. Let me see it. Bring it here.
It's your lotion.
It's my lotion? Oh, shit. So you've been dabbling in. That's my shit. The lotion I made.
Yeah, you let me use some of it today.
Oh, I forgot. Let me smell you again. That is my shit. That's the Aurora Nights. Oh, okay. Okay.
You were surprised about your own smell, Mom?
Yep. Dang. I was like, oh, you smell good. I'm smelling myself. All right, baby.
Love
Good night. Love you too.
you as well.
Sorry, y'all. This is my son. He been in my lotion. I see why though. I didn't know it smelled that damn good. Damn. That shit is different from coming from somebody else. Ooh, excuse me. I got choked. But yeah. Peace and blessings to you too, sweetheart. Um, this masculine is it's like he's going through some trials and tribulations, you know, based off his actions. And for this other masculine, this is a trial and tribulation to you too, because I feel like you hate to have to do this to this person, but right is right, wrong is wrong type of energy, you know? And you're kind of fed up with this person in the way they being. I feel like you may have even tried to help this person at one point in time to get their ass in order, and they just wouldn't listen, okay? This person has a dark side to them that they have not healed. There's something inside them that needs to be healed, okay? Oh, Lord, it's hot. I don't know what's going on with the weather, y'all, but 1 minute it was freezing cold. The next minute I got my air conditioner running, the window up, hoping for a breeze. Goodness. It's like 60-something degrees here. The fuck? And it's wintertime. What is the temp? 60 degrees. It says expect lower temperatures tomorrow. I hope so, shit, because it's hot. I be looking forward to this winter breeze come through my house. But shit, it ain't coming through. Most High, can I get a breeze, please? Ooh, right as soon as I asked for it. Thank you. Thank you. Ooh, that feels good. Hold on, y'all. Ooh. I ain't kid y'all not. I'm getting a breeze. Whew. Thank you, Most High. That felt beautiful. Whew. Gosh, I need another one. Sorry, hold on. Ooh, give me another. Ooh. You got another for oop, daddy. Ooh, Lord. See, I love her. Ooh, yes, thank you. Right on my face. Yes, thank you. Beautiful. Oh. I kid y'all not. I've been sitting up here sweating this whole time. And all of a sudden, I asked God for a breeze, and it hit me. It hit me twice. Every time I asked. Thank you. I appreciate you. Whew. Now, I'm actually allergic to the heat. I have an allergy, heat allergy. If I get too hot, yeah. it gets bad. I had one attack before. I don't even know why I'm talking about this, but anyway, I'm going to say it anyway. I had one attack before I had got overheated. And I felt like my world was spinning out of control. I didn't know what the fuck was going on with me. And like I told y'all, this girl, she brought me this little fan. It's like one of them polar fans. You put water in it, it's supposed to feel like a portable AC. She brought me this fan. She said, "You don't look good." I said, "I don't feel good." She said, "What's wrong?" And she touched my head. She said, "Oh, you're expiring. Hold on." She ran and she went and got the little fan and she put it on me, and that breeze hit me. And as soon as it hit me, my body recalibrated. So I don't know. Ever since I gave birth to my daughters, my body went through a complete change. And it may be relevant for this reading, okay? Because this masculine has to go through a complete change, okay? There he goes, okay? This masculine's energy is fractured, okay? He may even get migraines sometime. I don't know if he suffered a trauma to his head, okay? And that may be quiet as kept. But he has some type of trauma going on to his right frontal lobe. Okay? And that could be what's affecting this masculine from doing the work on himself. Okay, somebody could have some type of mental instability that they can't control. Cause them to go in chaos. It's like somebody has to have complete control over something. And when they don't have complete control, they spiral out of control. Because when I'm looking at this piece, there's a healing with this piece. You see what I'm saying? It's not that this masculine can't heal it. He can. It's like, you know how sometimes a doctor diagnoses you with something and then you make that diagnosis your everything, you know? When you have faith in God, you know, those diagnoses don't mean shit. You know what I'm saying? When you got a faith in God, a unwavering faith in God, those diagnoses don't mean shit. You know what I'm saying? So, to this masculine that did what he did and burnt this bridge, okay? That chose not to follow his heart. I feel like the moment you free your heart, okay, you've been struggling with something for so long. I don't know what it is. I don't know if you got traumatized when you was a kid. I don't know if somebody hit you, because this diagram even, let me show you. This diagram even shows like some type of head trauma. See what I'm saying? And it's been throwing your chakras out of balance. Okay? You could even be receiving messages from the divine, but because you have not learned to harmonize your energy, it keeps you in this chaotic energy. Okay? But there is peace. When you soften the resistance, you got to stop fighting against what's happening with you, okay? It's like some people get comfortable with beating themselves up, you know? Or blaming themselves for something that they experienced that wasn't their fault. And if that's the case, you know, if you are constantly beating yourself up for something that happened to you as a kid, and you've held that shit in all your life and you carried it with you all your life, a lot of times we self-destruct, we self-blame, we do things that are unbecoming of who we truly are. And you suffered something, okay? And maybe you've tried to get help with it, but the help you've been getting ain't the help that you need, okay? Now, start learning about your chakra systems, okay? How to balance them out. Because your chakras is out of whack, like severely out of whack. You may struggle with telling the truth. You may have problems with sexual things, okay? You may even have trouble with your legs or back sometimes, okay? And a lot of it is affecting your mind. It's coming from the disconnect in the mind. There's a disconnect there, okay? Your crown chakra should not be glowing orange. You see what I'm saying? There's definitely a disconnect in the brain that's causing this imbalance in you. But it can be healed. It can be managed. You see the disconnect, that line does not connect. It's very faint. See how it's choppy in the mind? There's something going on, and it could require surgery. I don't know if you was ever told you may need surgery. Okay, or there could be some kind of swelling on your left frontal lobe if you suffer from migraines. Okay, if you suffer from ticks or something, you know, maybe you've learned how to cope and manage it, but It's spiraling. It's not healed, whatever this is. But I feel like with trust, float on the current that has always known the way, and that's the Most High God. You know, God knows the way. You know, and I feel like you believe in God, but there's a disconnect between you and God. I don't know if you blame God for what happened to you when you was a child. You know what I'm saying? Whatever it was, maybe you felt like you burnt a bridge with God and you can never go back, but that's not true. That's not true. You know? There's something that happened to you that made you stop listening to your heart. And with that heart chakra being out of balance, it could have froze everything up. Okay? Your heart is closest to your mind, right? So that could be what's causing this disconnect in your mind with your crown chakra. The heart needs repair. I don't know who hurt you. You know, evidently Divine Feminine must have reflected this energy back to you when she walked away from you. Okay? Maybe you had abandonment issues. Maybe somebody you love really hurt you. I don't know. But it wasn't Divine Feminine. And you took that out on her. You know, in a malicious way. Tell me about trust. I could have sworn I saw two. I did. Yeah. You lack trust in God. You sabotage. It said, because I got sabotage in relationships. God has been sending, excuse me, God sent you Divine Feminine. Okay? And because you lack trust in God, because you lack faith in God, because you lack trust in yourself to be able to love again, even though you had all these feelings and emotions for Divine Feminine, you sabotage the connection. Okay? Then we got root in reverse. Spiritual root in reverse. Somebody could have did some type of root work on you when you was a kid too, to block you, because they knew who you was. And they've been keeping you in this stuck ass energy. Oh. Yeah, girl talk in reverse. Somebody that you used to date. Time with friends, moving on. Happily single, living in the moment, having fun. Yeah, this was somebody that, yeah, I feel like a date from hell. Okay? Damn. She reminded you of a date from hell. Okay? I don't know what she did. I don't feel like she did anything. She's like a fucking mirror. You know, being in her energy reflected to you the things that you needed to heal. And instead of you recognizing that, you responded. You reacted instead of responding. You see what I'm saying? It's one thing to react and there's another thing to respond. And I feel like you reacted instead of responding. And the reaction was to attack Divine Feminine. You hurt me, I'm going to hurt you. But she didn't do anything to you. She just walked away because of what she noticed. You could have even been lying about not seeing somebody else. You see what I'm saying? And whoever this is been doing work on you. Somebody did some work on your crown chakra and your heart chakra. Somebody did some root work on your crown chakra and your heart chakra. You've been having these headaches. Okay? Sometimes you may have madness spells where you go chaotic and you don't. It's like you can't control it. You've been struggling with this. You've been living in some type of falsehood about who you are. Because you feel, it's like, you feel like you're so, what is a sadist? Or, what do they call it? It start with an M. I can't think of the name of it. Oh my gosh. It's in my head, but I can't see it. Different names for a sexual deviant.
Instead of sexual deviant, which is outdated.
I asked you about the dates. No, that ain't it. Give me a list of sexual extremes. God damn it. Give me a list of sexual extremes. Is that it? I don't think that's it. Here you go, right here. You like pain. It is sadism, or masochism, or however you say it. Deriving sexual pleasure from inflicting sadism or receiving I can't never say this word right. MASOCHISM, pain, humiliation, and bondage, ranging from casual BDSM and extreme torture. Okay, and I feel like you're more on that extreme torture end. You know, you the date from hell. You know, it's like you punish yourself. Okay, you've been punishing yourself, and it's due to something from your childhood, some type of trauma you experienced when you was a child, and you've been punishing yourself ever since. And you met this person that's introduced you to this lifestyle. Who, what you may not have known, that was doing spiritual root work on you to block your heart and your crown chakra so that you would never understand who you truly are, because somebody knew who you was and you didn't know, but they knew you. Whoever this whoever this girl you used to talk to or still talk to, your date from hell, that's what I keep hearing. You're dealing with a narcissist, okay? Okay, you could be the submissive, and she's the dom. Okay? You're her pet. And you like to be punished. I don't think you really like it. You cope with it. This is a coping mechanism from something that happened to you when you was a child. And you keep having these fucking headaches, these migraines. And that's due to whatever this root work this bitch is doing on you to keep you stuck in this loop. Same drama, different day, stuck in a loop. Cycle repeats. You've been stuck with this person for a long time. Okay? This person needs you more than you need them, though. And that's what you fail to realize. You've been accepting, yes, angry and chaos. If you show, it's like every time you decide that you could be married to this person, every time you decide that you want to get away from this person, that you want peace, and you want to work on yourself, it's like this person draws you back in because they get angry and chaotic. It's like a shitstorm. Where the fuck you think you going? Chasing you through the streets, tearing up your shit. You know what I'm saying? Fucking you up. You know, to the point where it's like you look older than what you really are. You know what I'm saying? The stress of this relationship that you've been stuck in, it's something that you did not share with Divine Feminine. And whatever, she picked up on the presence of this chaos, this angry ass energy, and got the fuck out of Dodge. And you got angry because she walked away from you. It's like you repeating a cycle to Divine Feminine, what you've been experiencing with this toxic ass female that you're dealing with, that you hide that you're dating or married to. This is a vicious cycle that you're stuck in with this chick. And it's due to your childhood trauma. It's a trauma bonded connection. Every time you try to walk away, here she comes. To the point where y'all doing it to each other. And she used sexuality to keep you stuck. When she come in with her firestorm, snapping and going off, because, you know what I'm saying? Because you want peace, you want to get away. Here she come, pulling you back in this chaotic energy. And it's like Divine Feminine was your fucking peace. And when she walked away, she took that peace with her. She was like your a security blanket. And because she walked away, you did what you did to her. Well, if she gonna hurt me, then I'm gonna hurt her too. But she didn't do anything. She just walked away. She chose herself because she refused to be part of a third party. And because of that, you punished her severely, like your mate does you. That's the repeated cycle. You are repeating patterns of the connection that you're in, that you hid from Divine Feminine. So you chose to hurt her because of it. It's not her fault, bruh. So therefore, you're going to have to sit comfortably with the consequences of your actions. You know, and realize what a true problem lies. Is this chaotic ass energy that you love to keep being their pet. You know? This is sadism shit, you know? Pain and pleasure. No. Okay? It's one thing to be in the BDSM, but there's some hard limits to this shit. You see what I'm saying? And I'm not even knocking it. But what I'm saying to you is whoever this bitch is has pushed you past your limits. She could have even caused this blow to your head. And this shit. Oh my gosh. You could have been dating. This could have been somebody you've been talking to since you was a teenager. Or adolescence. This shit is old. Whoever this is, you've been with this woman for a long time. And if you ain't married to her, it's common law marriage. Okay? And if you is married to her, Y'all been together for some years with this toxic ass way of being. This abuse is what it is. You know, she called it BDSM, but it's actually sadism and abuse. She's abusing you, and it's like you meet divine feminine who gives you all this peace, this love, and you didn't know what to do with it. You didn't know how to trust it, so you sabotaged it and took your ass back over here with this person. And whatever this injury is to your crown chakra and your heart chakra, but no, you have a trauma to your head. I don't know what it is. Okay, I don't know how you abstained this trauma to your head. I don't know. Maybe you could have been shot before. I don't know. Or maybe this person could have beat you upside the head with something. I don't know. Whatever they did to cause an imbalance, either a chemically induced imbalance or a physically induced imbalance, or both. You've been finding ways to cope with this shit. And sometimes I don't like what I'm about to say, but if you don't get this shit in check, it could be the end of you. If you don't get free of this toxic shit, because this bitch is fuck some domination. She's conquering and dividing your ass. I mean, this right here is like to the max. The pain level is what I'm saying. And it ain't just mentally, it's physical pain. This person may even, oh Lord have mercy, cut your flesh. You could have marks on your body from this shit. Oh my gosh. Look here. I was about to call you a divine masculine because that's what you were. That's what you are. But you sabotaged yourself for that. This misery. Misery loves company, and that's what this is. This is not a healthy fucking BDSM situation. It's abuse. There's nothing healthy about this connection that you're in with this dominatrix. This shit is like to the extreme. I'm hearing this bitch has shot at you. Y'all shot at each other. What kind of fuck? Oh my gosh, that's that vision I had of a masculine and a female shooting at each other. And then fucking afterwards. This is toxic to the extreme. And it's causing this imbalancing in your head. Your chakra system is like, when I say it's nowhere near in alignment, have you ever been riding on it's like you riding on 4 flat tires, bro. Okay? You know, clink, 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 clink. You know, that's what your chakras is doing in your body. You know, they like rattling your bones. They so off balance, off kilter. You could be tired and exhausted all the time, not eating properly. You could be losing weight, thinner than normal. You know what I'm saying? And it's the stress of this goddamn woman you dealing with. Bruh, you are a slave for real. This ain't love. Um, this ain't healthy for you, and I feel like deep down you know that shit, but you keep holding on to it. It's like you're gonna ride that goddamn bus till the wheels fall off. It's the wheels been fell off. Confirmation. Maybe, see, God worked mysteriously. Whatever you did to divine feminine, it could be punishable by law. Hello? You might need to ride this out. And instead of retaliating on this masculine from doing the right thing to turn you in for what you did to divine feminine, ride it out. Okay? Because this may be the only way you get free of this woman. Because I remember a masculine being took to a secured facility, and right when them gates open, he freaks out. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. But he ain't got no choice. He's done it now. He's there. And once he gets in, he you know what I'm saying, he chills. And there's somebody that's going to come in, a detective or a lawyer that's going to come in and speak with you. Okay? About what happened to divine feminine. And you sit back and think about how beautiful and all this shit. You ain't got nothing but really good shit to say about her. But you tell the truth. And you do your time for your crime. And you get out. And I feel like that's how you get free of this crazy motherfucker. Maybe you need to report her ass too. You know? Because this is not consensual. It's like you're a slave to this bitch's need to cause pain. And you don't meet, since you met divine feminine, you don't like this pain no more. You don't like this pain no more. You dread having to go home to this bitch. It's like on your way home, you're like, damn, here we go. If you work, you know what I'm saying, on your way home, you just dread going home. It's like your stomach drop because you know what you're finna walk into the door to. And this is a woman doing this to a man. She's abusing her power over you. I remember somebody else, that's why they called her the date from hell. This bitch could be a literal fucking demon, bro. Oh, shit. Which is why they knew who you was, did the root work, to fuck up your crown chakra, to fuck up your heart chakra, to keep you stuck. I remember saying something about a masculine had a dark shadow over his head. The dark shadow is this woman. You may need to get a spiritual cleansing done as well. Because she's doing root work on you. You definitely need to go get cleansed by a professional. And get the fuck free. Take the actions of your consequences, you know. Take your consequences for your actions that you did towards divine feminine. And don't hold no grudge against this masculine for doing the right thing, because you know he's doing the right thing. Because if the shoe was on the other foot, you would have done it. Sometimes, when you love somebody, you got to do what it takes when they can't see that they're destroying themselves. And I feel like you can't see that you've been destroying yourself. And then part of you can see it now since you met. I feel like before you met divine feminine, excuse me, I felt like God did something to you. That's how you met divine feminine. And then you meet divine feminine and she show you what needs healing, what needs to be worked on. But instead of doing that, you ran. You sabotaged the connection. You refused to honor how your heart felt about her. and you ran back to this shit, bro. I mean, hey, I'm sorry. I'm one that is gonna run from abuse. I'm not gonna sit there and take that shit. And I'm hearing you take that shit like a man, but it's causing you some real disturbances, okay, in your mental. This bitch is like psychologically fucking your head up as well. And you're angry at the wrong people. You know, it's like, how dare you take that peace and that love from me? But how dare you put yourself through what you're going through? You deserve better than this. And I feel like that's the energy of you and Divine Feminine. You almost told her. You almost told Divine Feminine what was going on. But you held back. And that's what made you angry. You got angry because Divine Feminine almost got your deepest, darkest secret out of you. That's why you mad. That's why you got mad at Divine Feminine. And start really holding back your feelings and really sabotaging the connection. Because I feel like things was going well between you and her. For a moment. Anger is an attempt to mask insecurity. What I just say. You was masking your insecurities because she was about to pull your deepest, darkest secret out. And it ain't like she's. It's just like she gave you the attention that you needed. It's like you even got mad that she even penetrated your heart, bro. Like, why? Why would you get mad because somebody found a way into that old, dusty, rusty ass heart of yours? You know? That's like that song Deborah Crocs. How did you get here? You wasn't supposed to love nobody. You wasn't supposed to care anymore. So you got angry because she made you love her. Because she loved you. Wow. Yeah. Yep. That was insane chemistry between you and Divine Feminine. Yeah, the chemistry was exchange. Oh gosh. Yeah. The passion that you and Divine Feminine shared was insane. You ain't never felt nothing like that before. Insane chemistry, liking each other equally, having fun. But then you turn around and sabotaged. You became angry that she loved you. That she made you feel things. It's like her love, her passion, the way she treated your body with care, with compassion. You see what I'm saying? This other person abuses your body. Divine Feminine took care of your body. And you didn't know how to handle that. I don't know how long you was with this woman. But I feel like this is an old ass... Yeah, you've been trapped in this shit for a very long time, bro. Some of y'all, there's somebody, a high school sweetheart that you've been with all this time, off and on, in and out again. Somebody that kept stayed in your mental, psychologically fucking your head up. You don't deserve nobody. You don't deserve this. You don't deserve that. What makes you think talking, I mean, this motherfucker, like, hell no. 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 When I say she was a massa, she's a massa. Fuck a dominatrix. She's a massa. And this ain't love, bruh. And you got love from Divine Feminine. She showed you a different way of being, and you didn't know how to handle that. And when she walked away, because of she picked up on this energy. I don't know how, but Divine Feminine picked up on this energy. With harmonizing your energy, embracing your true being, human life, Divine Feminine picked up on this energy. And she walked away. Rightfully so. She picked up on this demonic ass energy that you're connected to. And walked away. And because of that caused you to become insecure and you attack Divine Feminine. Because of what you learned from this bitch, how dare you walk away from me? Who are you to walk away from me? No, baby, she got every right to walk away. And that's another thing she taught you. That when something ain't right, walk away. Did you learn the lesson? She came and taught you a great deal of things. The thing is, was you learning? She taught you how to love. She taught you what true passion feels like. That you didn't have to feel pain. That you didn't have to be punished. She taught you that you know what I'm saying? That you can have anything you want. She taught you how to open your heart. How to heal your heart. But you chose to be nasty and grimy towards her. And you got to deal with that, you know? You got to deal with that. And if you really want to get free of this woman that you've been stuck with all these years, this may be your way out. Because I fear this bitch might try to kill you if you leave. She may try to kill you if you leave her. Because she's truly the one that's insecure. Which is why she feels the need to dominate you. Well, massa over you. Fuck dominate. She surpassed that level. She like a whole goddamn plantation boss. That's what I'm getting off this bitch. You suffered enough. Going to jail should be a fucking cakewalk compared to the shit you had to live through when you were supposed to be free. Trust the process. Trust God got you. Why you have to go through whatever you went through. But you will find peace again. You will learn to trust God again. You will heal these chakras. And I feel like it's going to be a matter of you getting away from this woman. Go get your cleansing. Cleanse your energy. Okay? And then face the... You're going to face the music. That's going to be your ticket out of this toxic ass shit. Facing the music. The consequences of your actions. Because you trying to leave on your own. Oh, fuck. This Damascus is going to have to abandon his vehicle. Just to get away from this bitch. Because she even got a tracker on your car. So, yeah, going to jail. And that's the bitch. Somebody's bleeding out her ass. Okay, that's the bitch that's got this gray. She got on a gray jogging pants. And she's got on a black shirt. And she tries to she tries to come in for visitations. They don't even let her in the building. She's bleeding out the ass. I don't know what the fuck why she's bleeding. Okay? She could have even lied and said she was pregnant. And this bitch ain't pregnant. And if she was pregnant, she miscarried the baby. And it wasn't yours. Oh, shit. You going to jail may be the only way to set yourself free of this bitch. Because if you try to just walk away, this somebody's going to hunt you down to the end of the earth. Because that's her assignment. This is her assignment. You're dealing with somebody demonic. So jail sound like a good idea. You know? Just to get a moment's peace. And then, you know, that whatever, you could have it blocked where she's not, gets no information on you. Get an order of protection even while you're in jail. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Restraining order, whatever. But however you can do it. But she needs to be blocked completely. After a while, she's going to have to let go. And when you get free, you got to get strong while you in jail. Get strong again. And never go back to this energy. Because whatever you did, I feel like to Divine Feminine is jail worthy, okay? Sometimes Most High work in mysterious ways. It's, you know, he's moving mountains, but you got to face the consequences of your actions too at the same time. You know? I don't think you may have lost your crown on this path, or then it may be an opportunity for it to come back around. Who knows? But you got to get free of this demonic ass bitch you're dealing with. And the only way I see that happening is you going through jail. You could have had a different path. No. Oh my gosh. I'm getting flashes of visions. And it's, look, as soon as I said that, I touched my nose. Something tickled my nose. Your insight arrives in quiet flashes. Okay, so I'm having insight of what could have happened had you walked away. Had you walked away and you made the right choice with what you did, okay? Whatever you did to hurt Divine Feminine, how fucked up this is, you did the right thing by doing that, because the other choice would have been you living with this Divine Feminine and this bitch coming in and unaliving both of y'all. Okay? And divine feminine children walking in, finding y'all in the bedroom dead. You would have had babies by Divine Feminine, and them babies would have been in the bathroom by themselves. in the fucking bathtub. Because I believe Divine Feminine must have been giving them babies a bath and come in and find you on the floor. And next thing you know, she gets killed. You made the right choice. So Divine Feminine, you need to forgive this masculine, okay? Because this was a divine masculine who turned karmic. But it was the best. He didn't, just like somebody, whatever this root was done on you. You see what I'm saying? This bitch put a root on you. Cursed you. So you was damned either way it went. Had you walk away from her. The root was to keep you stuck. If you found love or tried to love anybody, you see what I'm saying? Opened your heart to anybody and walked away from her. This curse activated. You would die. It's fucked up, but you made the right choice. Confirmation. So however you hurt Divine Feminine that requires you to go to jail, it's fucked up, but you made the right choice. Because that's the only way God can save you from this crazy bitch. Because either way, she's going to kill you. You go to jail, you stay alive. So God is working in your favor. Nobody told you the road would be easy, though. You hear me? This road is not easy for you. It never is easy for the chosen. But, sweetheart, if you really want to get free of this demonic ass bitch, I would take the jail time. That's the best way I can guide you, man. Because those visions that I had were your visions. And they're flashing in my head as we speak. You know? If you had opened your heart up to Divine Feminine and told her how you felt and moved in with Divine Feminine, this bitch would have broken into this house and unalived both of you. And leave your children orphan. You would have had babies. I feel like you would have had twins by this Divine Feminine. And whoever this other masculine is that's turning you in, don't be mad. And I seen in the vision, you go to jail. You're actually happy, you know. You working. I don't know if you like to cook. You're working in the kitchen or the laundry room. One of them, you know. You actually were happy, you know, because you was healing. You was pulling yourself together. And whatever this trauma with your head, it's like you was becoming a clear vessel, you know. So, yeah. Jail was the best option because you are happy, okay? I don't know if this Divine Feminine comes in and visits you, okay? She may come and visit you. I don't know. I don't know if you start writing her letters or whatever. Oh my gosh. A masculine give a Divine Feminine a shit ton of letters. You may start writing her letters. Because she's got a letter here in front of her. So y'all may become pen pals. She may write you and you may get her to come visit you. And she does. Okay? Because I feel like she still care about you. But she felt the danger on you. The anger, the chaos, the struggle, the agony. She felt that. Every time y'all had sex, she could feel that energy. And that's why she walked away. because you was keeping this lifestyle a secret from the divine feminine. And it's crazy because I feel like you're learning that she's actually into that type of life, but not the hard limits. Yeah. So I feel like whoever this masculine is telling you need to respect yourself. You know? That you need to put an end to this shit once and for all. He may do it because he loves you too. This your homeboy, you know what I'm saying? Your homeboy may be some, you know how when people, you know, this could be like what they call them, intervention. An intervention move. It's not a move out of meanness or cruelty. It's a means to help two people that he care about. It's a means to help two people that he care about, to bring her justice and to help free you from this shit. Because I feel like he knows about your lifestyle. And he's like, bruh, this shit ain't where it's at. Look at you. You don't even look like yourself is what I'm hearing. This bitch is pulling you down, like draining your energy. I remember doing a reading a long time ago, telling the divine masculine that every time he sleep with this woman, that she is draining his life force. That could have been you. Most High, can you hit me with another breeze, please? I'm getting hot. Can you make it a little harder? I feel it, but it's real light. I'm grateful, but I like it was before. I'll be patient. There it is. Ooh. Oh gosh, that feels so good. Excuse me, y'all. Intermission. I'm taking a break. I got to cool off. I'm up here literally sweating doing this reading. Thank you, Most High. If you got a bigger one coming, I'll take it too. Oh shit, you scared me, child. Hey, you know what? What's scraping? Why you just knock?
Has it been noticing?
Huh?
Have you ever been noticing?
The knock would have been less eerie. That scraping sound eerie.
Yeah, but it gets your attention.
It did, but why you like to goddamn it creep up on me and shit?
I don't creep up on you. You just don't notice me.
You quiet as hell. You need some veils on your ass. Here.
Oh,
There you go. Shit. Give me a damn heart attack.
my bad, mother. I wasn't trying to.
Yeah, you did.
I'm not trying to scare you.
Huh?
I used to.
Because you still, that little boy, and you still like to scare me.
He did before he realized he could get punched.
I don't punch you no more.
I know, but
Because your ass don't learn to stay away when you do it. That's why. I hate surprises. Don't.
I know. I know. Last time I was caught one, I was like, ooh,
Yeah.
too close.
Yeah, you was too close there. What the fuck just snuck up out of me, up on me out the blue? You know, I'm not one to run, I swing. Don't do me like that. Inside joke. My son, when he was a little boy, used to I always put this little mask on. I could be in the kitchen cooking, listen to my music, and wouldn't hear him come up. And I turn around, he be standing there saying, "Rawr." And I kept telling him, boy, stop doing this shit now. You scared the hell out of me, quit doing that. And as he got older, he kept doing this shit. And I'm like, look here, I told you quit doing this shit. I ain't gonna tell you no more. He's like, okay, mama, I ain't gonna do it no more. He always liked pranking me. And shit, that motherfucker came up behind me one day. And I don't know what I was doing, but I was in another world doing something. And I did not hear him at all. And when I say he scared the bejesus up out of me, he scared the bejesus up out of me. And all I know is I started swinging. And he was like, oh, mama, it's me. I was like, well, boy, don't do that shit no more. Now he does it still, but he does it from afar. He know I don't like being snuck up on. And that's due to a trauma that I have. It's like, no matter how much you heal, some things never go away. You know? When my uncle was raping me as a child, he used to always sneak out from behind things and grab me up. So I have a trauma about being approached from behind, you know? Especially people sneaking up on me. I don't know how to fix that. You know what I'm saying? But have I healed from it? Yeah. Have I forgiven it? Yeah. But the reaction to things sneaking up on me, that I have not figured out how to fix, you know? If God willing, it will heal itself. But I have not learned how to stop reacting when people sneak up on me. You see what I'm saying? And I've learned to control my hands. I stopped swinging, but that startlement, it stems from that, you know, because he done it so much. It's like every time an adult in the house back was turned, he's snatching me up to rape me, you know, and that's why I hate surprises. I hate surprises with a passion. And the Most High has been trying to, he has been. See, remember I tell y'all, I said all the time, the Most High like to try to surprise me. That's because he's been trying to heal that in me, but I don't know. I guess it takes time. Because when he surprised me, it's in a good way. You see what I'm saying? So when God surprised me, it's in a good way. As a kid, surprises meant hurt, pain. You know? And it's a trauma that my body has not learned to release yet. So, you know, that is, something that I'm still working on, you know. The Most High is working with me with, you know. But I've learned not to react. I'm much better. That what y'all just witnessed was that's great compared to how it used to be. Because I used to come out swinging and boxing like somebody had really hurt me, you know, like a hurt dog and trapped in a corner, you know. That's how I used to be with getting surprised. It used to be real bad. I remember being in a haunted house one time, and my ex-husband, I was married at the time, he kept telling the guy, go up there and scare her, go up there and scare her. And he knew I hated surprises. He kept telling this guy to go, and he know I hate clowns. He kept telling, go up there and scare her, go up there and scare her. And he did it. And I was like, look, bro, I know my husband tell you do that shit, but don't do it again. He's like, all right. He gone back. My ex-husband, I don't know how, but he signaling him again. And next thing you know, he come doing it again. I said, that's your last warning. Don't do it again. You know what I'm saying? I said, I see you. Don't do it again. And I mean, he would get me good. He followed me through this whole fucking haunted house. And I'm like, bro, your theme was way back around there. Why are you around here? You know, he just kept on. So, my ex-husband, he ha-ha, kiki and shit. Like the shit's funny. But he don't realize he was traumatizing me even further. And I kept saying to him, quit telling him to do that. Don't do that. So I'm trying to hear him get the fuck up out of here now, because now the fun is spoiled, you know? And this guy, he comes back in his clown suit. And he runs up behind me and he grabs me. And I know I gave him about a 20-piece combo up to his jaw. Pop, pop, pop. He said, why you hit me? I said, I told you to stop. And I meant that shit. You know what I'm saying? When I say I lit his ass up, I lit his ass up. And I meant that shit. Bruh, stop. I don't take lightly to being snuck up on, you know. I'm not one to run. I fight. You see what I'm saying? And that's due to me having to fight my uncle up off me as a child. You know. I had to fight him to get him off me, because I used to be scared of him. I used to be terrified of him. Every time he came, I would get by my grandmother and my father, and they would always like wonder. He'll look at me too and wink his eye, because he seen what I was doing. He knew what I was doing. Every time he came around, if it was an adult in the house, I sat up under them like white on rice, and they be like, move, scoot over. Nope. And they would get mad at me. Scoot over. Nope. I ain't moving. I ain't budging. You know? And they never did figure out why I was like that when he would come around. Or maybe they did know and just didn't do nothing about it. I don't know. But I would sit right up under them directly, you know? And he'd be like, come on over here, Niecy, and give me a hug. Fuck you. I ain't coming near you. No. And I shake my head. And my grandma be like, why you be like, hey, go over and get your no. And she'd look at him and look at me. And I think my grandmama put it together, you know? I think she put it together, but I would not go near that man. But, he's the reason why I don't like surprises. And I have not learned how to overcome that, you know? That jumping. And it's not that I'm fearful. It's just it's like I don't know. It's like shell shock. I'm shell shocked behind it. You know, if you ever been shot before, you develop this type of shell shock when you hear loud noises, the bang, you jump. You know, it's your body natural response to that stress, to that trauma. And I really don't know how to come away from that. And so the Most High has been, I don't know. I guess I'm not gonna say I don't know, but He knows what He's doing. Okay, evidently He knows what He's doing. So I just trust in that, you know. So every time He gets a chance to surprise me with something good, you know, even with bad things, He's even surprised me with bad things, and it's all about how I get through it. You see what I'm saying? And I be like, Most High, you know what I'm saying? I be fussing. And he's just like, chill out, you'll survive. You know what I'm saying? And I be like, really? And it's like, yeah, really, you'll survive. He's been working me with that. But that's something, since I was 7 years old, I've been having to learn how to deal with. The trauma behind that. I've healed from it, but my body don't know how to accept surprises. You know? It's weird. Yeah. It's like it's a learned pattern. It's something that my body learned over the course of being traumatized and raped, you know? And at a young age. And I don't know. It's weird how the mind remembers things like that. And you know, I don't know how the Most High gonna fix this, but I'm putting the trust in Him, because I'm at a loss. I don't know how to fix it. So I put it in God's hands to fix it for me, because I don't know how. You know? I just know how to I know how not to react now. You know, I've lost the reacting, the fear of fight and flight. You see what I'm saying? But in close proximity, I still may punch a motherfucker. I can't help it. It's a reflex. A reflex. You know. I try not to. That's why I tell people don't surprise me. You know, don't sneak up on me because I'm not responsible for how my body is going to respond. I do my best not to. You know what I'm saying? But it's programmed in me. You know. So yeah, that part. And that may be what something similar to you, whoever this masculine is that deals with this trauma. You know, you may feel this similar way. You know, I don't know. I shared that with you for a reason. So if it helps, if it resonates, you know, then take it with you. If it don't, then let it be. But it's a I don't even know how to explain how it feels when I'm caught off guard like that. Normally I can sense my son. I don't tap into his energy. Other people I can sense because I tap into their energy. But when it comes to my children, I can hear my other children walk. My son is light-footed, and I mean light-footed. You ain't gonna hear him coming, you know. And it's hard to hear him. That's why I tell him to sew some bills on his ass, cause you can't hear him coming. And what's sad is, my other son used to be that way, but he now drags his feet, so I hear him coming. I know when he's coming. But my oldest son, he done got light-footed, and it's like the older he got, the lighter his feet got. And I'm like, what the fuck? I used to hear you coming, now I don't hear him coming, you know. And we've been having an issue. Y'all be hearing me. Oh boy, if y'all hear me saying that, that's my oldest son coming up in the room, and I ain't hear him come in, you know. He don't be meaning to, but he be scaring the shit out of me. He still has that sneak up ability. And it's like, bruh. And I don't know, the Most High could be using him to do that, you know? He could be using my child to help me with that trigger, you know? It's lessening. It's not as bad as it used to be. Because, I mean, when I used to say I used to jump out my fucking skin, I used to jump out my fucking chair like really, like, I'm for real, like, I don't even know how to what's the word for it? It's a word for it, but I can't tell you what it is right now. But that's how traumatizing I used to be about people sneaking up on me. I was traumatized to the fullest about that, you know. And some of my family members try to say I lie about what my uncle did, but why would I lie about that? You know. And some of them know I'm telling the truth, but you know, my family got reach in certain areas, and they don't want this being staying in the family name. But fuck that, you know, because as many of us in this family has suffered from that same person, you know. What'd you just say? Somebody just said something in my ear. You want to use the blocks? Okay. What did you just say? It sounded like whoosh. Yeah. It's my daddy, Bailey. okay, Daddy. Why your voice sounded so deep that time? You was angry. Remembering. Um, what are you trying to say, Daddy? Hold on, y'all. He's telling me to tell y'all something. Tell them. You want me to tell them my uncle's name that raped me? Does it matter? I've never named his name on my channel before. And my daddies want me to out his name. Tell them his name. Because I have 2 uncles. And one never touched me. That's why. Billy Kelly. My Uncle Billy Kelly. Aunt. You want me to name your sister or my mama's sister? Daddy, you want me to name your sister that's living? Lena. Bluing. I don't know why you got me doing this daily. Come on. Okay. They called me a coward. Why? Because I never named his name? Because I've been speaking the truth? Don't call me a coward, Lena. That bitch delusional. Oh, all the shit y'all telling me about her poisoning Walter. Because he used to beat her. I was never scared to speak their names. I just chose not to. So you saying that's why they preyed upon me? Because I never spoke those names, that's why they kept coming for me? To keep me from speaking those names? Because Lena knew she killed her husband. And she knew I would know. What she got to do with Uncle Billy raping me? She paid him. What you mean? She paid him? She paid him to do that to me. As soon as I say that, a damn spider appeared. What's the spiritual meaning of a cellar spider? Granddaddy long like patience, protection, creation, weaving destiny, and good fortune. Especially in folklore, Appalachian traditions representing a gentle presence that guards your home and weave connections, contrasting with darker, more negative spider symbols found in some religion texts. They are seen as guides to unseen forces, guardians of the home, and a reminder of interconnectedness, often signaling good luck or weather. Weaving and creation, like all spiders, they represent the ability to spin your own reality, fate, or destiny, bringing your thoughts into form. Patience and persistence. They're quite present. They quiet presence and meticulous web buildings signifies patience and the power of slow, steady work. Protection and guardian. Where you go? Hey, Granddaddy. I used to love Granddaddy Longlegs when I was a kid. That was the only spider I was not afraid of. And that's my daddy talking. Who fear spiders. Their quiet presence and meticulous web building signifies patience and the power of slow, steady work. Protection and guardianship. Found in dark corners, they are seen as protectors of the home, catching of the pest and symbolizing a watchful guardian. How the fuck ironic is that? My daddy feared spiders. And a spider appeared and is talking about, he's telling me to out their names. I love you, Daily. I miss you, man. Found in dark corners, they are seen as protectors of the home, catching other pests and symbolizing watchful guardians. Good fortune. In some folklore, finding them bring good luck, fair weather, and a sign that your home is blessed. A shade. Connection. They remind us that we are part of larger webs of life and connection according to whatever. Home and health. Their presence, their preference for cellar spiders is quiet spaces. Link them to the foundation of hidden aspects in your life. Contrast to other spiders. We read that already. Wow. He went behind my bed. Is that all you needed me to say that? You wanted me to show them that I wasn't a coward. That I wasn't afraid to name their asses on this channel. I chose not to speak their names to protect other family members that had nothing to do with harming me. Not because I was a coward. I never spoke his name to protect his children. Because one of his children works in our Davidson County jails. That's why I never spoke his name. That's what you spoke in my ear, coward. You said coward. They called me a coward. My aunt called me a coward. Or was you calling me a coward? My aunt called me a coward because I wouldn't say their names. She didn't think I had the courage to do it. Oh, I had been having the courage to do it. I just chose not to protect my uncle's sons. My cousins. Because they didn't harm me. He did. What else? continue. Continue telling the story about what happened of me being raped. How he was surprising me. Okay. I told this story already. You want me to tell it again? From the beginning. Alright. When I was 7 years old, my daddy lost his home. Or, no, I can't remember. Either he had lost his home. No, he hadn't. He had just divorced my mom. Him and my mom got divorced. And he moved out of the house. He was living with my grandmother. He came and took us away from my mama. And, because he didn't want us around her boyfriend at the time. And, my grandmother became my primary caretaker. That's why I say I have many mothers. My grandmother became my primary caretaker because for a while I didn't get to see my mom because they was beefing. And her and my Aunt Lorene, they were my mothers. They took care of me. I was young. I was 4 when that happened. When my mom and dad divorced. And because they divorced in 84, if I'm not mistaken. And everything was good. Uncle Billy was my favorite uncle. You know, he always give me money, get drunk, come sit on the porch and give me money. Here, you want something? You know, he was the uncle that would always buy the kids treats and shit. And he was good to us. And then something changed. He had he would come and he would buy us candy, give us money. Me and my cousins would go over to the Dairy Dip across the street over on Buchanan. Right now it's a Slim and Huskies. It used to be an old school Dairy Dip. It had these steps. We would we'd cross the street and walk over there, walk across the street and climb them steps. And I couldn't even see over the thing. I remember, but I could see the people. And it was an old white man, I think, owned that Dairy Dip. Or black man one, I can't remember. But we would go over there and get these big ass. I always got the chocolate covered ice cream cone. Always, never failed. I got that same goddamn ice cream cone every time my uncle gave us change to go over there to that store. Dairy Dip. And he never appeared to be the person that he turned out to be. You know, he'd come in and play with us, have fun with us, even get out and act a fool in the yard with us kids, you know. And when I turned 7, everything changed. I remember my aunt, she used to drive this little red Fiat, a red something, red two-door cars. And she came over, she got into an argument with my grandmama. And my uncle, that same uncle, they all got to arguing. And I don't know what the fuck they were arguing about. Granny made us kids get out the room. Leave the house. Matter of fact, she told us, get out, go out in the yard. While the grown folks talking. And we all ran out. I was the last one to go out, so I'm seeing my Aunt Lena throwing her hands up. And she fussing. And I remember what she had on. She had on this suede jogging suit that was like hunter green and burgundy. I remember it to this day. She was shitty sharp though. You know? And she's fussing, and my grandmama called her a whore. That's the last thing I heard before I made it out the door. And I don't know what they was arguing about. But after that, I turned 7. The next thing you know, my grandmama used to send me to the grocery store. Jones Super Saver was right. This is the corner, 10th and Buchanan. 1802 10th and Buchanan. I remember her phone number, 255-4427. I'd never forget my grandmama's phone number. That's her phone number, 255-4427. Them was some of the best times of my life as a child. And even though my grandmama was cantankerous as fuck, they called her Buck. You didn't fuck with her because she pull that buck knife on your ass and cut your ass up. You couldn't fuck with her. You know? And she used to argue. She was always fussing. She had 7 children. One of them passed away in the war. Well, no, excuse me. He went to the war, came home. He made it, survived all that shit. And he made it home, and then some crazy-ass, jealous, envious woman took his life. Some bitch named Sheila. And I think that put a bitterness in my grandmama. Because he went through all that. He survived that war. 2 turns, I believe. And made it home. This is what my daddy told me, if I'm recalling the story right. It's been so long since I've heard it. So, Daddy, I need you to help me, you know. He came home from that war and he survived it. And that crazy woman, he called my daddy. Told my daddy to come get him. My daddy said before he can get over there, he was coming out the door to get in the car, and she ran up behind him and stabbed him to death. Stabbed him to death. And my daddy wanted to kill her. Because he stood there and watched his brother get killed in front of his eyes. That put a bitterness in him too. Because, if I'm not mistaken, he was the brother of my daddy. He was the eldest. He was the eldest brother of all of them. And I think my daddy looked up to his brother. But anyway, whatever that argument was between my granny and my aunt and my uncle, it wasn't good. It wasn't good at all. And I just remember hearing my grandmama calling her a whore. And she's like, what about Billy? I remember hearing her say that. And by the time, I don't know what was said after that because I was out the door. And as time go on, I turned 7 years old. And one day, my grandmama, she had a funny way of saying shit. She said, Yasmin, what, Granny? Yes, ma'am. I ain't say no what, Granny. She knocked my damn head off. I said, yes, ma'am. And she said, go over there to Jones Super Saver and get me a pack of hamburger and a loaf of bread. Don't forget the damn bread, because we can't have no hamburger without no bread. I said, yes, ma'am. She gave me, back then they had the paper food stamps. She gave me a book of stamps. And it's like I was the only one she trusted to go to the store. Because my cousins didn't steal the damn food stamps. They would steal $1 or $2 up out the book, and she knew exactly how much she had. And every time she gave it to me, I come back with exactly what she gave me in the right amount of change. It was always a fussing about, this ain't how much I gave you, you know? And so it was me that went to the store. 7-year-old Yasmin walking across the parking lot to Jones Super Safe. We live right behind the post office. It's a club now. And I walk over to that store, and I remember now, in that argument, my uncle was hollering, I'm the black sheep. I'm the black sheep. He kept saying that. When she hollered, what about Billy? I remember now. He hollered, I'm the black sheep. I don't know what the fuck, he was drunk. I don't know what the fuck was going on between them three. I still to this day don't know what happened between them three, you know. I don't even know why my dad is making me remember that. But he was crying and yelling. He was the black sheep of the family. I go and to that store, and I get everything. And Mr. Jones knew who I was. He said, her name was Arthur Lean. He said, how Arthur Lean doing? I said, she over there rubbing that Bengay on her knees. He said, her and them knees. That's why she got you over in the store, huh? I said, yes, sir. He said, you getting you something else? I said, no, sir. She told me to get bread and hamburger. She said, oh, you ain't like your cousin. I said, no, I ain't getting my butt whooped, you know. And he was like, you smart, kid. He said, here, he gave me the shit. I walked back over to the house, and I take it in. As I walk up, my Uncle Billy sitting on the porch, drunk as a skunk. He said, hey, Niecy. I said, hey. I said, what are you doing? He said, oh, I'm sitting out here. He said, I got something for you. You want to earn some money? I said, yeah. He said, well, go on in there. Your mama see you to the store. I said, yes, sir. He said, okay. He said, well, go on, take it to mama and come on back out here. You see all this paper in the yard? I'm going to pay you to pick all that trash up. I said, for real? He said, yeah. I said, yes, sir, I do it. So I said, I went back in. I handed my grandmama her groceries and her change. And she said, I was smiling. She said, what you smiling about, girl? I said, Uncle Billy on the porch, he drunk, Granny, and he finna pay me. She said, he drunk. I said, yeah, you know Uncle Billy stay drunk. She said, what he finna pay you for? I said, to pick up the trash in the yard. She said, well, yeah, I've been telling him. See, now I'm gonna whoop his ass, is what she said, because I've been telling him for weeks to come clean this damn yard up. And he gonna pay you to clean it up. I was like, yes, ma'am. She said, well, if he gonna pay you, go on and get the money, girl. You know what I'm saying? But I told his ass to do that job. I was like, yes, ma'am. She said, go on out there and do it and get on back in here. I was like, yes, ma'am. So I go out there and I help him. We actually cleaned the yard up. He paid me my money. And then he said, come here, I want to show you something. It's getting dark now. At dark, Granny wants us in the house. Us children ain't never supposed to be outside when the street lights is on. And, excuse me, confirmation. And, my grandmama had an old 6'4" Chevy sitting in the back, in the parlor. One of them old school, sitting in the yard, broke down. It was my granddaddy's. It's the one I used to lay on as a kid, watching the stars and shit with my brother. And we used to go to sleep on the top of that car in the summertime, you know. Anyway, I follow him, and next to it's like a bush. It's the driveway. Come out the back door. There's a driveway, and then on the driver's side of the car, there was this big old bush. And beside that bush, Granny had just got a new lazy boy. And the old one was back there beside the bush. Behind the bush, he had done moved it, actually. Because that's not where it was sitting at originally. He moved it. He said, come here, let me show you something. I said, what you trying to show me, Uncle Billy? I ain't think nothing of it. He said, come here. I just want to show you something. And he stunned me a little bit. I said, you better not fall. He said, I ain't gonna fall, girl. I got it. He laughed. And I laughed, and I follow my uncle. And he takes me over by this damn lazy boy. He said, I want to show you something. He sat down in the lazy boy. And he exposed himself. And I said, I turned away and I went to walk away. I said, Big Billy, what you doing? He said, come here. I said, no, I gotta go in the house. And he was like, come here. He grabbed my arm and he squeezed it. He said, come here. I was like, what are you doing? I said, I need to go in the house. And I started hollering for my grandmama. She's up in the den. And I hollered her name. And he said, be quiet, hush your mouth. And I was like, Big Billy, I gotta go, let me go. I was scared. I ain't know what the fuck. I'm sitting, first time seeing a man's private in my life. And I'm like, I gotta go in the house. I just kept stuttering saying that. I gotta go in the house. And he was like, no, you ain't. You ain't going in the house till I get through. I don't understand, Big Billy. What Uncle Bill, what you want me to, what is, I want to go in the house. This is how I'm talking to him. And then he pulled out a knife. And he held it to my throat. He said, you say one more goddamn word, I'm going to slit you from ear to ear. And if you tell anybody, I'm going to slit you from ear to ear. And he pressed it real hard against my throat. And he stood up. And then he stood me up in the chair. Made me turn my back to him. And I was on the back of the lazy boy. My face was hitting the bushes. The bushes was scratching me in my face. And he leaned up from behind me. He put the knife to my ear again. He said, now pull your pants down and don't say a word. I do as he tell me. He said, bend over. I do as he tell me. And he took both of them. He didn't just go for one, he went for both. And when he was done, he pulled my clothes up, paid me my money for cleaning up the yard, gave me a $20 bill. He said, now you go in the house, you get yourself ready for bed, and you better not say a word. When I say he was sauced out of his mind, he was drunk. Drunk, super drunk. And he told me, you better not cry. Mama better not find out shit, or I'm gonna kill you. And you better not tell your daddy. I didn't say a word. I fixed my face like nothing ever happened, because I believed that man would kill me. Because I didn't know him. I don't know who he was. He's not the uncle I knew. And He taught me how to wear a poker face. How not to show feelings and emotions. Even in my worstest days. And I went in the house. And it was, Granny said I couldn't go take my bath. She said, he pay you? I said, yes, ma'am. How much he give you? I gave her the $20. I didn't even keep it. I gave it to my grandmama. I said, here, put it up for me. And I never asked her for them $20. And she never knew. And I never showed it. And I had told her I was going to get ready for bed. She said, it ain't time for bed. You ain't ate supper yet, child. She said, go on in there and she wanted me to go help her in the kitchen. She said, I want you to come help me in the kitchen. I said, yes, ma'am. I go wash my hands. And I go in there and help her fix dinner. You know, all the mom, she's still asking me. She said, you all right? Oh, yes, ma'am. I'm just tired. She said, Big Billy worked your ass out in the yard, didn't he? I was like, yes, ma'am. Yeah, 'cause he didn't want to do the damn job, damn bastard. That's what she said. She's still stuck on him not doing what she asked him to do. She didn't know her son just raped the fuck out of me in the backyard. I played it off. At 7 years old, I had to learn how to survive. Because in my mind, if I uttered a word, I was going to die. Or worse, that was going to happen again. Well, it did happen again, and again, and again, and again. I guess he was scared because he didn't come around for a while. And then one thing started to get back to normal. You know, I'm getting a little bit more comfortable, but I was always looking over my shoulder because I didn't know when he was going to pop up. And my daddy had got some good news. He got a project over on South 6. Casey Homes. 3-bedroom. And he had an old record player. He went and got the keys. And we moved in. Just like that. Gone. I was happiest kid ever. I was so thankful my daddy got a place. It's like God moved me out that situation. Well, everything's going good. That's why I learned that song by Lakeside. And I think that's why that song stuck with me. I need you, because I needed somebody to save me. I need you. I need your comforting arms just to hold me, to guide me when I can. I fell in love with that song. It was the first song I heard in our new home. We was moving in. My daddy, before we moved our stuff in, he wanted to clean it himself. You know, with his chemicals. He was a stickler about that shit. And he said, you don't know he wouldn't been in this place. He said, shit, we ain't moving a damn thing until we clean it ourselves. We're going to clean all the walls, wipe all the counters down, and we'll clean all the floors. And then we'll move our stuff in. He was particular about that shit. So, he's playing this. The only thing we got in there, the only thing he brought was allowed to bring in his old record player. And that's all that's playing in his price. So it's bouncing off the walls, you know. And I was so happy though because I was free, at least I thought. There was times where daddy, you know, had to work night shifts. And we would have to go spend the night with my grandmother. And I didn't want to. I'd be like, can we go to mama's? He's like, what's wrong with you not want to be around Granny? It's not Granny. I just want to see my mama. I just begged to go see my mama instead of going to my daddy. My granny. And he was like, no, I'm taking you out to Granny. Confirmation, excuse me. And so I'm taking you out to Granny. Your mama still messing with that food, and I don't want y'all around me. My daddy had a vendetta against her boyfriend because he almost killed my daddy. He stabbed my daddy and punched his lung in a bar fight. So my daddy did not like my mama's boyfriend whatsoever. Okay? Anyway, he refused to let me go around her. We wound up going to Granny's house while daddy was at work. And we had to spend the night because he was going to be working. I think he had to pull a double. He was working overtime, you know, trying to stack his money up and shit. He was working overtime. And that's when he met his little love, you know, my godmother. Well, she's supposed to be my stepmother according to him. Because that's going to be your stepmama. I'm not going to say her name. But he met her. We would go over to my granny house and spend a night, which I hated, you know. But by this time, my Aunt Lorene had left her husband down in Florida and came home. And they was there. So I was like, okay, you know, my cousin and them were there. And they may have came before we moved. I'm not sure. I don't quite remember. I know the first time we was there, they wasn't there. My aunt and my two cousins had moved in when we had moved out. They may have came right when we was moving out. So yeah, I went just to see my cousins. And I realized my daddy wasn't gonna back down on me not going to see my mama, so I ain't had no choice. So I'm going, right? And I'm telling my brother, I'm asking my brother, I said, can I stay up under you when we go to Granny house? He was like, why? What's wrong with you? I said, because I just don't, Daddy ain't going to be there. I acted like it was because Daddy wasn't going to be there. But the truth was, I was scared Uncle Billy was going to be there. Back then, my Uncle Ned was living. He lived in there too. And he was like, my dad was like, you know, he said, your Uncle Ned gonna be there, Cato gonna be there. Now, Cato was a stranger that my granny took off the streets. He was homeless. He ain't have nobody, and she took him in and took care of him. She turned the little foyer into a bedroom, so when you came in the front door, there was a bed there, and it was Cato's bed. Cato, he ain't play about my granny. And Cato was there. He was an old drunk wino too. We'd go play his numbers and play granny numbers. And Dad was like, Cato gonna be there. Granny gonna be there. Ned gonna be there. Why you? I know, but I ain't never acted like this about going to my grandmama's house. And he just kept asking. And I'm like, I said, okay. I cried. I pouted. I cried. I threw a little tantrum in the back seat. Because my brother was like, no, I'm going to go have fun with my friends. You know? And I'm like, okay, so I cried. We get to Granny house. Daddy drop us off. And everything's good. Everything's good. He ain't showed up. Next thing I know, Granny tell me to go back in her bedroom to get. She's a mother on the mother's board in the church, and so she got 1,000,001 white pocketbooks. I mean 1,000,001 pocketbooks. Go back and get my white pocketbook with the medicine in it. Then let me tell you now, she got about 3 bags. She done recommissioned her church bags. 3 of them at least with medication in it, right? You know, the one with and it was 2 that was almost identical. So, and then mind you, my grandmama light the switch when you turn the lamp on, it broke. So you got to plug it in and out this old ranked ass plug that will shock the shit out of you if you ain't careful. So she said, go on back in my room and get my white pocketbook. The one with my medication in it. It's time to take my medicine. I said, yes, ma'am. So I get up and I go back there and I'm trying to cut this damn light on. I said, Granny, I can't turn the light on. She said, feel your way. It's dark as shit in the room. Feel your way. I find the plug, and right when I was getting ready to stick it in, a big ass hand grabbed my hand. This came out of nowhere. I'm in pitch black darkness. And this man hand grabbed my hand and put the light in the plug, and I look up and it's him. And he put his finger over his lip telling me to be quiet. He crept off and closed both my grandma had 2 ways into her room, one from the utility closet that led to the back porch and one from the first bedroom that led up to the den. He closed both them doors. He crept in the house. How he got in the house, I don't know. Nobody even knew he was in the house. And he picked me up and he tossed me on my grandmama's bed. He said, do I need to pull my knife out? I started crying. And I said, no, sir. I knew what it was. And I stuck my head in the covers. And I cried. And then he took them both again. Every time. It wasn't just one, he took both. And, you know, this gonna sound kind of sick, but I think that's why I have a fetish with men with large penis. Because my uncle was not a normal sized man down there. He was well endowed. But I don't know if that's where I developed this thing where I like, you know, it's TMI, but fuck it, it's the truth, you know. Some things you don't walk away scot-free from those type of traumas. You carry some of those things with you, you know. And this is one of the things that I've carried throughout my life with me. I've never really dealt with a man that has a small penis. Anyway, I had took it, and this time he was hurting me. He was rough. He was not drunk. He was sober, and he was hurting me. And I was starting to scream. He put his hand on my mouth, and he pulled the knife out and put it to my throat. He nicked me a little bit. He said, shut your goddamn mouth, or I'm gonna slit it. I had to swallow my next scream. When he finished, he found the purse my grandmama was looking for, gave it to me, unplugged the light, and he disappeared like a ghost. I dried my face because I already knew if I told, I was going to die. I went, gave my grandmama her purse, and I said, Grand, I'm finna go take my bath, because he told me go take your bath. That's the last thing he said before he finished. He said, when I'm done with you, you go take that to mama, and you go take your bath and go to bed. And this never happened. I said, yes, sir. I fixed my face, fixed my clothes, grabbed the purse from his hand, and I composed myself on my way to the den. I couldn't look my grandmama in the eyes. And she said, you all right? I said, yes, ma'am. I said, plug shocked me a little bit. I lied. I acted like I got shocked by the fucking plug. So, because my eyes did not dry before I got there. And she's like, you all right? She said, let me see your finger. And I looked at it. It's okay. She looked at it. It was all right, because nothing never really happened to it. I said, I'm going to take my bath, Granny, and go to bed. She said, all right, go on, go to bed. Go on, take your bath and go to bed. I said, yes, ma'am. I go, and when I go in the bathroom, my cousin's in the bathtub and my aunt's on the toilet shitting. And I was crying now because I thought I was free to cry. I didn't know they was here. I didn't know they was in the bathroom. And I walked in on them crying, and my aunt looked at me and she said, what the hell? She said, Yazi, because she called me Yazi. She said, Yazi, the hell? What's wrong with you? I said, I looked shocked because I didn't know they was in there, and she's like, and I tried to back out without saying anything. Bring your ass in. Come here, come here. Come here, girl. Get in. Get in and shut that door. She said, what's wrong with you? Why you try to run out? I said, I can't tell you. She said, what? And my cousin looked up. She said, Yasmin, what's wrong? Why are you crying? I was her baby. I forgot what she used to call me. She called me something. She said, why are you crying? And she wet as shit, and she gonna hug me. And I wouldn't say nothing. And then my aunt kept saying, if you don't tell me, I'm gonna get off this toilet and I'm gonna whoop your ass. I'm gonna make you tell me. What's going on with you? Why you crying? I said, if I tell you, I'm gonna die. So what the hell you mean you gonna die? That's what he said. Who? Your brother. Ned? I said, no, ma'am. Davis Lee? No, ma'am. I wouldn't mention his name. And then it hit her. Billy? I said, yes, ma'am. Billy ain't been in this house. Yes, he has. Yasmin, I think you going crazy. Billy ain't been in this damn house. And just as soon as I said that, Melissa looked up. Oh, shit, I done said the child name. Forgive me, honey. She looked up. And he was standing on the back porch, peeking through the fucking window of the bathroom. And she threw a shampoo bottle and poof, hit the window. Quit peeking in the goddamn window, you goddamn pervert. And My aunt looked at me and she said, oh my God. Oh my God. I'm going to kill him. And she's trying to get off the toilet. And he took off. By the time she looked out the back door, he was gone. She come back, she get back on the toilet, finish her business. She made me sit down on, there's a little radiator heater sitting in the floor next to the sink. She made me sit on it. She said, sit right there. And you tell me what happened. I couldn't sit. I couldn't sit. She tried to get me to sit down. She said, sit down. And it hurt it. I said, I can't. I can't, auntie. And she said, come here. And she pulled my clothes off and I was bleeding. She told my cousin, scoot over. She put me in a tub with my cousin. And she cleaned me up. She said, he did this to you? I was like, yes, ma'am. But she's not talking loud. And I don't know what's going on in her mind. Then she tells me, they clean me up. She said, you go in there and get dressed. I'm going to talk to Mama. I don't know if she ever did. Because nothing ever happened. If she did talk to Mama, I don't know. And all I know is my cousin cleaned me up. She crying. I'm crying. She cleans me up and I get out the tub and I get dressed. And I get in the bed and I go to sleep. Cry myself to sleep. My cousin called me that night. She laid in the bed with me. And that's when she told me, you know, my mama was raped too. And I just looked at her. I never knew what she meant by that at that time because she didn't tell me. And I remember my auntie coming back in drunk. She went and got drunk. But whether she told my grandmother, I don't know. This was my Aunt Lorraine, who's passed away. So after that happened, I don't say a word. He don't touch me again after that. Not for a long time. Some years go by. My daddy finally, we moved out of that projects and we got a place out there, Sheraton Hills apartment. Off of, what is that, McMurray Drive or some shit. Out off in Knowles Road area. We get my daddy got a house up. I remember that apartment too, L1. Right on the corner. And that's when I started realizing I was gifted. I started seeing spirits. There was an old white lady that passed away in that apartment. And she used to do all kind of paranormal activity and that shit. She didn't like my daddy. She didn't like my daddy. Because my daddy got it. My mom had moved in there with him. They called themselves reconciling. And my mom had moved in with him. And one night, I guess they got into it again. According to my daddy, he found hotel receipts in her pocketbook where she was still seeing that so-called, which wound up being her ex-husband now. Her deceased husband, because he widowed her. He passed away. But she started sleeping on a pull-out couch. And one night, I was having dreams of being raped by my uncle. And still, my mom and daddy don't have a clue this has happened. I started having nightmares about my uncle raping me. And my mama was sleeping downstairs on the couch, and I would go down there and sleep with her. And she was like, why you keep coming down here? You got a bed upstairs. I said, I know. I just want to keep you company. She said, oh, okay, get on over here. So I get into bed with her. And my daddy goes snooping through my mama's shit and found another hotel receipt. Apparently, no. My daddy kept, let me go back. My daddy and my mama, my mama stopped wanting to have sex with my dad. That's why she moved downstairs. Thank you. While she was downstairs, he went snooping through her purse and found a hotel receipt. Evidently, her and her widowed husband had hooked back up. And my daddy found she was wrong. She was wrong as shit, But from her point of view, that they was not together. They was only back together for the sake of the kids. That she would try to work things out with him if things go right. It was a trial run. Evidently, it didn't go right. According to her, it didn't go right. So she moved downstairs. Me and my mama sleep on the pull-out couch, out cold. And it's what's crazy is this not the first time my mama did that. My daddy did this in my presence. The first time I was in her womb. The first time when my mama was pregnant with me, she was laying in her bed and my daddy came in drunk. And he was accusing her of something. They were still married then. He was accusing her of something. And she said, Davis Lee, I don't know what the hell you talking about now. Go on somewhere. I'm trying to sleep. This is what she told me. He said, God damn it, you know what the fuck I'm talking about. You saying that nigga. Davis Lee, ain't nobody saying no nigga. I'm in the bed. I'm trying to sleep. Nigga, on now. He said, I'm going to go on. I'm going to go on. You want me to go on? I'm going to go on, God damn it. Let me, I'm going to show you how I'm going to go on. Said he pulled out a pistol, a revolver. And he stuck it in her face. And she said it wasn't nothing but the grace of God that saved her that day because she was stuck like a deer in headlights. She didn't know what to do. And she said she moved her head just an inch, just in time. Because he actually shot. He shot that goddamn gun. And had she not moved her head, that bullet would have grazed her in her head, hit her in the head. It missed. Thank God, because I was in her womb. And this time I was, 9, 10 years old? And I'm laying in the bed beside her, and he comes in a frenzy. He's got a fucking knife. Big ass knife. He said, bitch, I'm a kid. Bitch, I'm a kid. Get the fuck up out of my house. We sleep. God damn it, do you hear me? I said, get the fuck up and get the fuck out of my house. Right goddamn now. And I'm like, I jump up. And I'm like, Daddy, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? He said, I ain't talking to you. I'm talking to your goddamn mom. Go on upstairs. Why you down here anyway? He didn't know I was in the bed with her. I think I saved my mama's life. Because he was swinging that knife over her head again. And she woke up and she's like, Davis Lee, how you lost? And she's backing up on me. And I'm pulling her, I'm trying to pull her back. I'm like, come on, mama, come on. And I was like, Daddy, stop. Daddy, stop. He was like, you be quiet. Get upstairs. She said, no, don't you go nowhere. And she held on to me. She wouldn't let me go. And I wouldn't let her go. I wouldn't let her go to save my life. I think I was squeezing. I think I was hurting her more than I was helping her because I was squeezing her like my life depended on it to pull her away from my daddy. And I snatched her ass up out that bed. I sure did. But this, I was 9 or 10 years old. I was strong. I got the strength, and I pulled that woman away from that knife. It ain't the first time I saved my mama's life. I think I told y'all about the guy that he was accused of. He tried to crack my mama upside the head with a fucking metal Christmas tree pole, and I stabbed that bitch in his heart. I missed though, with a steak knife to get him off of it, because he was gonna kill my mama. And she took the fall for that shit. My mama went to jail. She washed me off, cleaned his blood off my hands, and rushed me to the neighbor's house and told them that I was there. Don't tell them. If they asked, I was there the whole time. And she's like, what's going on? And she wouldn't say nothing. I remember her name, Miss Luella. She was the piano player. She said, don't you tell her a word. Don't you say a word. Y'all been here this whole time. And she's crying. She said, you promised me. She's like, I got her. I ain't letting her go out of my sight. She said, I'll tell you what happened when I come back. She said, call my mama and tell her get my bond money up. She said, I got you, Linda. I got you. It's a church member. She ran back over there and she smeared blood all over her hands and put her prints on that knife. But had I not done it, she'd been dead. She would have been dead. I walked in on him, standing over with that pole, and it's got spikes on it. All it took one blow and my mama would have been dead. And I just reacted. I didn't know I think I was, oh gosh. I forgot that whole scene. It was the one time my daddy let me go back to my mama's house. During the time I was being raped. My mama did know. Oh God, I forgot all about that. My mama did know I was being raped. I forgot all about that shit. Is this why you wanted me? Because I forgot all about that. I don't know what her and her husband got to arguing about. He wasn't her husband at the time, but he became her husband. I don't know what they were arguing about. He was jealous of me. That man couldn't stand me. And I remember he called me a little wench, and my mama snapped. That's what it was. Because she just found out I got raped. I remember he wasn't home. My daddy finally break down and let me go visit mama, because I got to the point where, like, man, I want to go see my mama. I was protesting. And you didn't let me go see my mama. And he finally broke down and let me go see my mama. It's like I knew something wasn't right. And he let me go. And I go over there. I don't know where my brother was. I don't think he came. It was just me. Because my mama, she said, girl, what this man been doing? And I think I was about 8. Yeah, I was in kindergarten, 1st grade, somewhere in there. Oh, wait a minute. 2nd or 3rd grade, somewhere in there. Anyway, my mama said, girl, come on here. I'm finna clean you up and wash your hair and do your hair. Because she hadn't seen me. That's the only first thing she did. She wanted to clean me up and do my hair. She hadn't seen me in months. A long time, actually. And she put me in the tub. And she got to washing me. And it got to burning. I mean, burning. And I was like, ah! I'm screaming and I wouldn't let her touch me. She's like, what the fuck? Boy, I ain't never heard my mama cuss. She cussed that day. So what the fuck? She said, sit down. Sit in the water. Sit in the water. And she's rushing to get the soap out. And she said, hold your legs open. See, my mama had been raped before, too. So she knew what to look for. She said, hold your legs open. And I didn't want to. I put my hands over my private. I said, no, mama, no. She said, yes, open your legs and let me see. She said, I ain't going to hurt you. She said, just let me see. I'm going to look. She said, see, my hands in the air. You just open your leg, let me see. I opened my legs. And I had all kind of scars, tears. And she just broke down, boo-hooing and crying. She fell out on the floor. She said, oh, Lord, that I hurt my baby. Why, God? Why? And she cried, and then she finished cleaning me off, and she scooped me up, and she just held me and cried and prayed over me. And she was combing my hair. And her husband, he wasn't her husband at the time, but it's what he turned out to be. He come home. He was mad because she didn't have his meal fixed. And she had his meal cooked and ready. But because I was there and she was tending to me, she didn't have his meal ready. And he went the fuck off. She made him a sandwich. And he threw the bitch in the floor. I don't want this bullshit. Get in there and cook me a hard-ass meal. So my mama said, move y'all. And I got up. She said, sit down right there. Matter of fact, you come on in the kitchen with me. Come on. She made me come in the kitchen with her. Because she ain't trust me around because he couldn't stand me for some reason. It's like I irritated his soul. And she goes in there and she cook him a full-course meal. A steak, matter of fact. And he liked it rare, bloody. She cooked him a steak. And actually she cooked it rare on purpose. He didn't like it rare. She cooked it rare on purpose because he pissed her off. She gave him a bloody ass steak for throwing that sandwich on the floor. And he started beating her. He started beating my mama. And I mean beating her like a dog in the street. And I yelled and I screamed and I punched and I bit and I clawed and he smacked me and threw me across the floor. And I got up and I didn't stop. Let my mama go. Let my mama go. Move, Yasmin. That's what she kept saying. Move. Because she was used to it. She was used to it. She was used to that man beating her ass. That's why I saw no man would ever put his motherfucking hands on me and live. He beat her. Blood's coming out of her mouth, out of her nose, out of her eye. I mean, he beat her. And then he grabbed me and he stuck my head in her face. He said, if you don't get the fuck out of here, you little bitch, this gonna happen to you. And I backed up. I got in the corner. My mama said, y'all just move. Just move. She got up and she took off running, trying to run out the house. She made it to the back by the bathroom where the utility closet was, where the washing machine and the Christmas tree stuff was stored at. And it's crazy because it's similar to my grandmama's house. You go through the kitchen, get to the utility room, to the back door, and there's the bathroom. And go to the left, there's the bedroom. She had a 1-bedroom house. Go to the right, you're in the living room. She ran through the bedroom, and she ran to the back door. He went through the kitchen. Caught her. He said, "You trying to run for me, bitch? I'm going to teach you about running. I'm going to break your goddamn leg." He started kicking her in her knee. Knocked her down on the floor and was stomping her in her knee. And then she swung up and she kicked him. She caught him in the gut. She was aiming for his nuts, but she missed. And he said, "Oh, you gonna die for that, bitch." And he grabbed that Christmas tree pole, and I peeked my head around that corner, and I seen that nigga with that pole standing over my mama, full-fledged from the back like he about to swing an axe. And he was getting ready to come down with it, and I came around from the kitchen with that steak knife from behind him, and when I came around swinging full force. Dah! Like I was hitting a baseball bat. Baseball with a baseball bat. Lunged it in his lungs, his chest. Went right through his ribs. I felt it. And he said, "This little bitch just stabbed me." And he dropped the pole. He hit my mama in the leg. He cut her. I'm gonna kill her. And he fell. And then she's screaming his name, "William! William!" She said, "Oh God, y'all, hope he didn't kill the damn ass nigga." I said, "He needs to die. He gonna kill you." And she said, "I know." And she said, "Come here. Come here. You don't say a word about this to nobody." She said, "Come here." And she took me to the sink and she washed my hands. And she put me some clothes on, because I still had my pajamas on. She threw some pants on top of my pajamas and put my coat on me. She said, "Come on." She propped him up. The steak knife still in his chest. She propped him up so he could breathe, I guess. And she grabbed that fucking knife and she pushed on it, and she got blood all over her hands. And then she ran me to Miss Llewellyn. She said, come on. Who stayed next door and banged on her door. She made sure to put blood on her door. And she made sure she didn't get that blood. It's on our door. The door of the house. And she runs out. And she gets me to Miss Llewellyn. She tells Miss Llewellyn, "Don't tell nobody. Y'all's been here this whole time. You had it this whole time." She said, "I got you, Linda." She said, "I got you. She been here this whole time." My mama was bloody. And Miss Llewellyn just looking like, "Baby, you need to come here and let me get you cleaned up." She said, "Now, Miss Llewellyn, I still got to take care of this." Because my mama was fucked up. He fucked her up. I didn't even recognize my mama. He fucked her up so bad. And next thing you know, the police and the ambulance show up. I didn't kill the old cantankerous son of a bitch. But, my mama, I don't even think they kept her in jail. I don't even think she didn't do no time. They probably took her down for questioning or whatever. Held her, booked her and made her, and they made her bond and she was home later that evening. She didn't do no time. God, that's how God was moving. I was persistent about getting to my mama that weekend. Had I not, my mama probably been dead. And then she didn't face no time for it. Because God was right there with us. And that's when my mama found out. Now, mind you, back to the bed, I'm pulling my mama with my dear life. I've already done saved her life once. And now I gotta save her from my daddy. And I'm pulling her and I wouldn't let her go. I would not let her go. I didn't know how strong I was. My mama wasn't no little woman. I'm a big woman. My mama was a big woman. I pulled that motherfucker up out that bed. From the other side, let's go. I said, come on, mama, come on. I said, Daddy, you better get back. And once I got her off the bed to the other side, away from here, he tried to charge and I got in between him. I said, no, you ain't. Not my mama, Daddy, no. He said, girl, didn't I tell you? I said, you ain't finna hurt my mama. He said, well, she got to get the fuck out of here then. I said, you need to sit down. He sat down in the chair. He said, I'm going to sit down. I'm going to sit down. He listened to me. Thank God. You know, he sat down. And Mama's like, I said, Mama, don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. Just get your stuff. Call Granny. You know, call Mama. We call my grandmama Mama. We couldn't call her Granny. My mama's mama, you had to call her Mama. I said, call Mama. She got on the phone. She called Mama. And Mama come over there with her little pistol. Ready to shoot my daddy. She come over there with Annie Brown. That motherfucker, man, she'll pop your ass. Annie was a pistol-toting woman. And go to church and hold a Bible at the same time. That little motherfucker would shoot your ass. She showed up at the house to get my mama. My mama grabbed her stuff. She grabbed a little bit. She got dressed and grabbed what she could, and she just left. She grabbed my sister and left. And I tried to go. My daddy wouldn't let me leave because my sister's not my daddy's child. He wouldn't let me leave. I tried to follow. She said, why can't she go? She my child. He said, cause goddamn it, she mine too, and she ain't going out that door. Now you lucky I'm letting you walk out that door. You best go on. And I booed and cried. And I looked at him and said, I hate you. And I ran upstairs. I ran upstairs to my room. He said, you better be glad I ain't in the mood to whoop your ass right now. Because I told him I hate him. And I ran up to my room and I locked my door. He sat down there and smoked his cigarette and calmed his ass down. And after that, my cousins wanted us to come over. They were still staying with my grandmama, with Granny. And we go over. And I don't know why we actually... No, I think my daddy... I don't know. I think my daddy was taking them back to Florida or something. And we had to go to Granny house or some shit. Because Daddy wasn't there. Nobody was home. Okay? Not even my cousin. I think my aunt moved back to Florida or something. I think. I'm not sure. She went somewhere. Okay? They was not there when this happened. We wound up, me and my brother, we at Granny house. And Granny, Sunday morning, she said, and we didn't bring Daddy didn't bring us no church clothes. So we had to stay home by us. And she went to church. And she didn't want to take us in the clothes we had on. And Daddy wouldn't, Daddy had to work. That's what it was. And Daddy wouldn't go by the house and get us no clothes. He said, Mama, they just going to stay at the house because I got to get to work. I'm running late. And she said, God damn it, Daisy, you knew goddamn well I had to go to church on Sunday. What I look like leaving me goddamn children out? He said, Mama, they old enough to stay at home, you know. I was 10 and my brother was, what, 14, 15? You know what I'm saying? And she said, y'all better not tear up my damn house. We ain't gonna tear it up, Granny. And don't go out the house. Stay in the house. And don't let nobody in this goddamn house. Okay. So she go to church. Me and my brother, we sit up there watching Brave Star and shit on TV. Cartoons. And next thing you know, about lunchtime, I don't know how he got in the house. Here come Uncle Billy. Uncle Billy come in the house. I'm sitting on my daddy's bed that he used to sleep on when we lived there in the den. And my brother sitting on the couch. And my Uncle Billy sitting in the new lazy boy next to my daddy bed. And I move. He said, you ain't gotta move. I said, yeah, I'm moving. And he said, hey, y'all ate? Where Mama at? I said, Mama at church. No, my brother said, Granny at church. He said, where your daddy? Daddy at work. I wasn't saying shit to him. I was guarded as fuck moving away from him. And he said, hey, y'all ate? He said, Ned ain't here. I said, no, Ned at work too. Back then, my daddy worked at Meharry Hospital. No, Westside Hospital, which is now Centennial Women's Hospital. It was Westside Hospital back then. And my uncle hollered, y'all ate? We was like, we ate breakfast. But Granny said she was going to make sure we ate when she got home. He said, y'all ain't got to wait till Mama get back. That's the hell. Church, ain't no telling when Mama going to get out of church. Here, boy, here, come here. Here. And gave my brother some money. Go on there across the street and get over to the Dairy Dip, getting you and your sister a hamburger. I said, hold up, I'm going with you. I'm trying to find my shoes. I don't know if this nigga hid my shoe or what, but my shoes, one of my shoes disappeared. And I'm scrambling, looking for my shoe. I got one shoe on and one shoe off. I said, fuck it, I'll go barefooted. My brother said, no, you can't go unless you find your shoes. I said, man, I'm not staying here with him. He was like, that's your uncle. Why you talking like that? I said, I'm not staying, I'm going with you. He said, no, you always want to follow me around. I said, no, I'm not staying here. Let me go. I'm coming. I don't need no shoes. And then my uncle said, girl, get your ass over here and sit down. He'll be right back. And I ignored him. I did not comply. And I said, I'm going with you. And I called my brother's name out with force, and I'm like, I'm coming with you. And he said, sit down like he told you before I tell Daddy. My brother don't know. He don't know. He just thought his little sister wanted to follow behind him. And I listened to my brother. I sit down. But I sit far away. And actually I went and sit on my grandmama bed. He said, get off mama bed, come out over there before she can have a fit. And my brother said, man, just go on. Why you acting silly, man? Go on over and sit down. Before I tell Daddy you over here acting a fool. I said, I ain't acting no fool. And then I started crying. He said, man, let me go on over. I'll be back. He runs out. Soon as he run out, he made me sit back on my daddy's bed next to him. He gets up. And he come trying me. I ain't that little girl no more. He comes trying me, rubbing on my legs, going up my thighs, past my knees. Then his hand go down in between my legs. I said, stop. Stop what? And then he grabbed it. I said, let me go. He said, and what? I said, I'm not playing with you this time, Uncle Billy. You can't touch me no more. He said, I could do whatever the hell I want. And he got up, he started zipping his pants and snatching my clothes. And I had that one shoe on. I took that goddamn shoe off my foot, and I started smacking him hard as with holy hellfire in his face, hard as I could. Wow. Knocking the hell out of him. Knocking the hell out of him. Little 10-year-old child, I'm just knocking the hell out. I'm losing my mind on this man, beating this shit out of him. I ain't giving a fuck. I'm just beating him. You ain't gonna touch me no more. And I'm fighting him, and I'm beating him, and I'm biting. I mean, clawing him, whatever I could do to hurt him, I was doing it. And he backed up back in that chair. And he looked at me with wide eyes like, this little bitch done lost her mind. You goddamn right. I cussed that day. He said, this little bitch done lost her mind. You goddamn right. You're not gonna touch me no more. And he looked at me with like, what the fuck? That's when I learned there was power in cussing. That's when I learned there was power in cussing. Because I cussed him. And I cussed him like I knew what the fuck I was saying, too. I ain't never cussed before. But that day, I cussed that man, and I beat that man, and I told him, if you don't get the fuck away from me, I'm going to kill you. And I gave him a look that meant it. And, he said, this motherfucker done lost her mind. He didn't know what to do. He kept trying to grab me. He said, calm down, girl, sit down. And I'm biting, I'm screaming, help! And I wasn't playing. I went off. It's like I was like a wild fucking cat on that man. I was scratching, fighting, and then I started going for the I don't know what, something just told me to go for his ball sack, and I started swinging and kicking at that. And then that's when he backed and said, oh hell no. Oh hell no. Fuck this, fuck it. It ain't worth it. And he ran out. He ran out the house. My brother get back. He's like, where the fuck Big Billy go? I'm sitting there boo-hooing, crying, hair wild. I don't look nothing like I just looked before he left. He said, what is wrong with you? I said, Big Billy tried to rape me. He said, what? I said, Big Billy tried to rape me. That's why I wanted to go with you. And my brother just stood there and looked at me in shock. I think he cried. I remember him hugging me. I do remember him hugging me. My brother ain't hugged me like that since then. But I remember him hugging me that day. But I still never told my daddy. And neither did my brother. Till, I don't know where my aunt them was at, because my cousin wound up, I think they got their own place or something. Okay? And I remember her husband came from Florida looking for her. And they moved in with their daddy. I remember them. He came and collected his family. Oh, crazy as Montez. Yeah, he came and collected their family, right? His family. And we got in touch with them, and they came and spent the night at our house after that. And that wasn't long. It wasn't long after that, after I fought him off. Oprah Winfrey was doing it's when she first started her TV show. I was watching Oprah with my cousin, and this girl was telling her story about how her uncle had raped her. I broke down, boo-hooing and crying, because her story was my story. And I cried and I cried and I cried. I don't even remember who that woman was, but I cried. And my cousin was like, Yasmin, evidently she had forgot. She said, Young, what's wrong with you? No, she didn't forget. She did not forget. She said, why you crying? I said, cuz her story is my story. That's what Big Billy did to me. She said, you still ain't told your daddy. I said, no. She said, we putting an end to this shit. Come on. She grabbed my hand and drugged me downstairs. She said, Davis Lee, y'all got something to tell you. And if you don't tell him, I'm going to tell him. He said, what the hell y'all talking about? He's sitting down and dumbfounded, like, watching his show, like, what the hell y'all talking about? She said, tell him. And I'm just sitting there crying. He said, tell me, what the hell you standing there crying for, fool? What the hell she talking about? He's cussing me out. And I'm just like, and then I weakly said, Big Billy raped me. What you say? Who what? She said Big Billy raped her. You got to be joking. No, I'm not joking. He said, you fucking serious? I was like, yes, sir. Get some shoes on. Told me to get some shoes on. Next thing I know, my dad opened up the closet. He got a shotgun. Pulled a shotgun. I didn't know my dad owned a shotgun. Pulled this motherfucking shotgun up out the closet. It was a sawed off. Which are illegal as fuck. He pulled this shotgun out and loaded it up and put some shells in his pocket. So get in the goddamn car. We drove all the way from South Nashville to North Nashville in 10 minutes. We got there quickly. We get there, he knocks on the door. My uncle Big Billy was sitting on the porch. And my daddy lost it cool. As soon as he saw him, he went crazy. Cause he didn't play his cards right. I'm just gonna say it like that. When he pulled up, we didn't got the car good. And my daddy pulled in the alley beside the house and the post office. And he pulled a shotgun out the car and said, nigga, I'm gonna blow your goddamn brains out. Come here, nigga. And he throw the car and park and jump out. And my uncle run in the house and lock the door. And then my daddy go beating on the door. He go around to the back door. He done beat him back there, locked the back door where he couldn't get in. So my daddy in the side window where the den is telling Granny, let me in the goddamn house. Davis Lee, what the fuck is wrong with you? Let me in this goddamn house, mama. I'm finna kill the nigga. Kill who? That nigga. Pointing at my brother. And she said, what the hell you won't kill your brother for? He done touched my goddamn daughter. I'm finna blow his goddamn brains out. Now open the motherfucking door. She said, I ain't open no goddamn door for you to kill your brother. What, is you crazy? Yeah, I'm crazy. Open the goddamn door. He snapped. He snapped. My Aunt Lorraine come. And she's like, what the hell going on? She gets home. I think she just got out of work. Or she was coming. I don't know how Lorraine pops up. No, Granny called. I don't know. I think Granny called her and said, y'all told her that Yasmin Davis Lee and Melissa out here raising the holy sin. Somebody need to come get this fool. So my auntie come over there, and this is his was she older than him? Yeah, it's his baby sister. Because he was the third to the youngest. And Uncle Billy's the baby boy. And she comes over. She said, Davis Lee, what the hell is going on, bruh? That's what she called him, bruh. What the hell is going on, bruh? And she said, Mama Daly, no. She said, no way. You remember what your husband told her? She said, oh, shit. Mama, don't open that door. She said, Mama, don't open that door. And he said, why the fuck you helping her? She said, Davis Lee, you need to calm down. Calm down. Call the police. I I ain't calling no police. I'm finna kill the nigga. My dad was crazy. He said, I'm finna put one of these loud ass bullets in this nigga head. I'm not calling no police. Fuck the police. That's what my daddy said. And my grandmama looking through the glass, through the door, and she said, Davis Lee, you need to sit down, put that gun up. Go put that gun up. Is that damn thing low? He said, you want me to shoot it? She said, no, I take your word. Put that goddamn gun up. He snapped. And he going berserk on my uncle and my granny. And she's like, Davis Lee, I'm not letting you in this house. Now, if you want to fight him fair and square, you can fight him. But put that goddamn gun away. Daddy wouldn't put that gun up. He wouldn't put that gun up to save his life. He stood out there like he the damn lawman with the gun hung up on his shoulder, not giving a fuck if the metros rolled up on him or not. You know what I'm saying? In broad daylight with this goddamn sawed off. And I'm like, she's like, Davis Lee, you gonna wind up going to jail now. He said, I'm gonna go for good goddamn reason. Open that motherfucking door, mama. She said, nigga, cuss me again. He said, I'm gonna cuss you again just to get you to open the door. Open the goddamn door. She said, you lucky, you motherfucker. She went over the door. They argued through the door. And I'm standing there and I'm crying. And I'm like, Daddy, come on. He said, fuck that. Nigga put his hand on my child. He said, I'm gonna shoot him in the dick. Then I'm gonna pop him in his head. And Granny said, no, you ain't. And I ain't finna let you kill your brother. He said, how you know? He said, what you want to kill him for? How you know what she's saying is the truth? He said, why she gonna lie about it for, mama? And we all know how he done touched such and such. And how he done touched such and such. I was the third one. Actually, the fourth. I was the fourth child he had done this to. I was the last. Well, in the family, I was the last. My grandmama said, she looked at me, she said, come here. She said, now tell me what happened. And I told her every fucking thing like I just told y'all. And you could tell her heart dropped. You said, so you mean to tell me, when you brought me that grocery bag, that nigga raped you? I said, yes, ma'am. And when you brought me my pocketbook, he raped you? Yes, ma'am. And she just, her mouth dropped, and she just, you know, she knew what I was saying was the truth. But for her to admit it, meaning my daddy had the right to shoot his ass. So, but to protect her child, she called me a lying witch. She said, she a lying little witch. Now you take that child on home and get the fuck on away from my door. And I looked at my grandmama, and I looked at her and, like, in shock, like, really? You know? She chose her son over me. She chose her son over me. And I cried. I said, but I'm telling you the truth, Granny. And she just looked at me. She wouldn't say nothing. It's like she gave me a look of like, I know, child. But if you understood, I can't agree with you right now. Because if I agree with you, your uncle's dead. That's the look she gave me. And my auntie got to telling her story. She stood out on the street corner, telling how she was raped from age 16 to 18. And how she felt like her mama knew and did nothing about it. And there was other rumors about my other aunt, but I don't know all of them. And they got hushed when it came to her. For some reason, they feared her because she was the second to the oldest. Well, either the second or the third to the oldest. And they feared her. So when she came up, they got hushed mouth. I know. I learned that I had 2 uncles that was rapists in the family. Out of the 3 that was living. One of them broke free from the family and stayed away from the family. Became prosperous. He didn't have nothing to do with that. But the other 2, one of them's dead and gone. And the other one, I don't know if he's living or not. The one that raped me, last thing I heard, he had throat cancer. I don't know what his condition is. But it was rumors about my dad. And then there was things that I experienced with my dad. My dad had never touched me, but he did some things that was inappropriate. You want me to share that too, Daddy? You want me to speak on what you did? Okay. When I was 16, I was chunky, but I wasn't big like I am now. I was like, what, a 16, 20, size 16 or 20? 16, 18. So I was a little thick-ass child, And I just started develop. I had my breast came in. We was living in Welch Bend Apartments. Out of Hard Place. And my daddy, one night, I wake up because I hear some grunting. I hear, and I'm like, what the fuck? And I wake up and I see my daddy. He's indisposed, playing with himself in my doorway. And I freeze. I pretend like I'm still asleep. And I'm watching him because I'm like, what is he finna do? If I move, if he know I'm awake, what would he do? This is what I'm saying in my head. Because I felt my Uncle Billy all over again in that moment. But he didn't do anything. He finished whatever he was doing. Closed my door. And then it happened once or twice more. He never touched me. But he was standing over me while I was asleep. Feeling on himself. Now, back then, I looked just like my mama. I still look like my mama, but my mama had an hourglass figure. Big titties, big hips, big ass. Beautiful woman. And I had that same figure. And I was only 16, and back then, I guess that's when I came into my cotton allergy, because I didn't like cotton clothes. I couldn't sleep and I felt like I was being scratched and itched I itched. So I didn't sleep in clothes. But my door would be shut and I'll be in my own private space. I didn't think I should have to lock the door. It's my daddy. I would be in my room sleep, but I would be nude. And he would pull the cover off me. He started pulling the cover off me. That's what woke me up. He was grunting and he was snatching the cover, slowly pulling the cover off me. And I froze. He didn't see me though. He didn't know I was woke, that woke me up. And I sat there froze, watching him. I praying he hurry up and finish and leave. I didn't know what he was doing. I mean, what his intentions were. He did that like 3 times. And one day, first time I fought my daddy, I think I told y'all that story. When my brother had took it, we was in his car and he had gave his friend a booster. And he was arguing and trying to fight my brother, and I took up for my brother. And then me and him got to arguing. And I called him out. I spoke the truth on him. I called him out on all the shit he was doing. I said, you fucked my brother over. Because somebody sold my brother an antique ass truck for $1. And I think it had minor work that it needed. It would run, it just needed some minor work. And my daddy wouldn't help him fix it. You know, and it wound up getting towed. All he needed was it was something simple. And my brother didn't have a job. He lost his job at the time. I think he used to work at Backyard Burgers, and he lost his job. And so he was asking my daddy to help him pay to go on and finish the repairs, because he was working and putting money in that truck. And it was almost ready, and whatever it was something small, something simple, and it wouldn't have cost that much. But my daddy, he was a tightwad. He wouldn't give my brother that money to fix that truck. And it was a F-150, old school joint. I mean, it would have been mean today. It would have been a classic. It's a classic. Somebody sold it to him for $1. He got blessed. Sold him that truck for $1. Had he finished the repairs on it and took care of the truck, it would have been worth a lot of money. And my daddy refused to help him fix it. And the office wound up towing the truck off the property because they didn't want no broke down cars on the property. I called him out on that. I said that was low down and dirty, you know. And my brother was supposed to go to college. He talked my brother out of going to college and getting a job at Black & Decker. My brother had a scholarship to go to what's the name of the place over on Gallup Road? Otto Diesel College. He had a scholarship to go over there. My daddy talked him out of not going to go get a job at Black & Decker. That pissed me off. And I called him on that shit. You know, I said, you always tearing him down, but you don't never want to give him a leg up. You know, you don't never want to help him. You know, and but let him get in some trouble. You right there holding his goddamn hand. You know, I called him out. He's cussing me out and this and that. Oh, you live in a fairy tale world. I don't give a fuck. Oh, I guess I live in a fantasy when you was standing in my room playing with your dick. You lying hoe. I ain't never. I said, you the lying hoe. I said, you gonna take that shit to your grave, ain't you? And he jumped up. That's the day he fell in that bucket of water. He came swinging at me. And we got to fighting in the hallway. I forgot all about that. I left that part out. This whole section I left out. That's another reason why we got to fight, because I called him out. Because I didn't like how he treated my brother. My brother was telling him the truth. And in his eyes, he was lying. And I stood up for him. And I was like, he ain't lying to you. He telling you the truth. And you just covered for him. He didn't believe me neither. I said, all right, well, I'm going to tell you the truth. And I started telling the truth about every goddamn thing. Everything that he been doing, how he been treating us, you know, everything that my mama said, that she said about my dad, it was true, how he was. And I told him, you know, I read him his fucking rights, and he didn't like that shit. And he tried to jump me in that hallway. And I told him the truth about the shit I caught him doing to me. He lied about that too. And then, when I was 18, my sister lost her children, and I took custody of one of her kids. Well, I ain't have legal custody, but I took one of her daughters in. And she came to me one night when it was time to go to bed. She slept in the room, in my room with me. And she said, Auntie, I said, what? She said, I'm scared. I said, what you scared of? You scared of the dark? She said, yes and no. I said, what's wrong? She said, he be coming in here at night. I said, who? And as soon as I said who, and I looked at her, it dawned on me. I said, my daddy. She said, yes, ma'am. I said, well, if you catch his ass tonight, wake me up. Okay. I said, don't worry about it. Go to sleep. She goes to sleep. And she wakes me up. And there he is in the damn door. I said, I thought I was lying, you lying motherfucker. I scared the goddamn shit out of her. I ain't know. Now my daddy wore Fruit of Balloons. His little dumped ass ran his room. Scared shitless. That shit was so funny. I couldn't do nothing but laugh. And she looked at me, she said, did you see it? I said, I saw it. He ain't gonna do that shit no more. You know what I'm saying? Because now everybody hear it. I'm calling them out. You know what I'm saying? My brother jumped up and they all, because it's dead silent in the house. And I hollered that shit out real loud. And my brother said, I saw it. I said, that's what I thought. You know? So after that, I called my mom. I said, Mom, it ain't safe for her. I said, you're going to have to take her. She said, yeah, I got to work outside. No, Mama, but it's not safe. I said, you remember what happened to me? She said, girl, don't tell me Davis Lee. I said, and I told her what happened. She said, what is wrong with him? I said, I don't know, Mama. I don't know. And she was like, all right, pack her stuff up. She took her. I sent my niece to my mama. After that, I started, he was picking my lock. So after that, he stopped doing it to me, though, because he knew I wasn't scared no more. I was going out his ass. But he tried it with her being there. Or he probably was still doing it to me. I just didn't know, be sleeping. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. He probably was still doing that shit to me. And I would have never known it had it not been for my niece. Because I thought it had stopped. You know what I'm saying? Oh, shit. Confirmation. I thought it had stopped. So, at 18, I said, okay. When that happened, I was working at Black & Decker. And I was working at a Crossgate cleaning service downtown. And I worked both them jobs. And I stacked my money, and I stacked my money, and I stacked my money. And then I got to apartment hunting. He didn't know what the hell I was doing. And I was still in school. I worked 2 jobs and was going to school. Well, I had just graduated from school when I got the job at Black and Decker. That's right. I'm working both them jobs. I just graduated from school, and I worked them jobs, and I stacked the whole for a whole year. When I turned 19, I found a place. I told my dad I was leaving. He said, "Where the hell you going?" I said, "No." He see me come in the house with some boxes. He said, "What you doing?" I done went and paid the first month rent, every goddamn thing on this apartment, all by myself. And I said, he said, "What you doing with all them boxes?" I said, "I'm packing my stuff up." "Packing it up for what?" I said, "Cause I got my own place." "What?" He said, "Where you do all this?" I said, "Those times I asked to borrow the car." He was like, "So you was out looking for?" I said, "Yep." I said, "I'm leaving." He said, "You ain't nothing but 19 years old." I said, "I know. Well, there's a will, there's a way. I'll make it somehow." And he was like, "It's hard out there, I know. But I'm gone. I got to get out of here. I got to get away from you." And I was 19 years old, got my very first apartment. When I got that apartment, my stepdaddy, the one I almost killed, he bought me an old silver Citation, Chevy Citation. Gave it to me for $400. I only paid that nigga $150 for it. Truth be told. I gave that nigga $150 and didn't give him shit else. You know? That's why all the times you whoop my mama ass. I was wrong. I shouldn't have done him like that. But fuck that. You beat my mama. Nigga, I'm giving you $150. You know? I gave him $150 for that Chevy Citation. But that was the first time he ever done something for me. Now that man was in my life since I was 4 years old. And that was the first time he ever acknowledged me. The first time he ever gave something to me. And the first time he ever told me he was proud of me. And I just looked at him like, here says the man that I almost killed that likes to beat the fuck out of my mama. Telling me he's proud of me. Treating me like I'm his daughter. And he's sober. Something's wrong. You know? I was like, something's wrong. Because here's this man. I ain't never seen him sober. Never. He got nice towards the end. Which is weird. And I think he got some kind of respect for me. Because as a child, even I was a child and I wasn't afraid to stand up to him. And that's why I get my fighting spirit, y'all. A lot of people be like, I'm mean, I'm that. No, I'm not mean. I'm just not with the shit. Because I done seen the shit. I done experienced the shit. I done been through the shit. And that's why I have a no-nonsense attitude. But deep inside, I'm sweet as pie. Just don't get on my bad side, you know? But, you know, those of you who've been sitting here listening to me, thank you, you know. I hope that is helping you in some kind of way. But yeah, that is the life I lived. Of being raped and traumatized. And why I don't like being caught off guard. Why my body is still traumatized from that type of shit. And I have not learned to fix it. I don't know how. I don't know how to not be ready to go to war if somebody sneaks up behind me. Ever since I learned to fight back, I made a promise to myself. Never again. And the only reason why my ex-husband got away with whooping my ass is because I promised my son that I wouldn't hurt him. 12 years I went through that shit with him. And because I made a promise to my child. Because he claimed him as his daddy. Didn't nobody ask him to. My son said that was his daddy. And he called him daddy. He went to him and said, "Sir, can I call you daddy?" He told him, yeah. And to him, that was his daddy. Because his daddy denied him. And called him weird. Dirty bitch. Anyway. That's why I am the way I am. That's why I don't have time to play with people. Because through my trials and tribulations, God's been teaching me and molding me to be who I need to be fierce, to be kind, to be gentle, and to be courageous, even when I'm scared. Now, in my adult life, the rape didn't stop. The rape didn't stop. My ex-husband raped me when we was getting divorced. And gave me an STD, which I got cleaned up and cleared from. But he raped me, got me pregnant. I miscarried that baby. God was not going to let that baby live. My ex-husband raped me in the process of our divorce. And got me pregnant and gave me an STD. I miscarried that baby. And I got cleared of all the bullshit he put in my body. He gave me gonorrhea. I got cleaned out, got that took care of. And then after that, I went on this phase of dating myself. And I took myself out on a date and I got cute and sexy for myself. And I went to work. And when I got out from work, I stopped at this gas station over off Murfreesboro Road in Spence Lane. And I went in, and the guy that worked there always flirt with me, but I ain't never really pay him no mind. He was Romanian, I guess, I don't know, Arabic, I don't know what he is. He was Muslim. We got to talking, and he was talking about God. He was telling me how his sister was a missionary over in Africa. Excuse me. And we talked for the longest while he's working. He's like, "You tired of standing?" I was like, "Yeah." He said, "I got a seat back here. You can come down here and sit it." So I sat and we talked. And we laughed and we tripped. We had a good time. Me and my twin was in separation during this time. I was living in a hotel. Best, what was the name of the hotel? Roadway. Off Bradley Parkway. And he was like, "I enjoyed talking to you." I was like, "I enjoyed talking to you too." He was like, "You want to keep talking?" He said, "We can keep going." Okay, we were talking about some shit. I mean, the conversation was deep. You know what I'm saying? And I go in the store all the time, so I never, no harm, no foul. You never seem like a person, He he did not come off as the type of person that he became. It's a pattern, okay? So, against my better judgment, I said, fuck it. You know? It wasn't hurt nothing. We just talking, you know? So he's like, get what you want. And he owned the stove, by the way. He said, get what you want. I was like, you sure? He's like, I own this store. Get what you want. I was like, okay. So I got me one of them margaritas things. He said, you like those? I was like, yeah. He grabbed a whole fucking case. I grabbed a single. He grabbed a whole case. And then I was like, give me some cereals. So I loaded up on cereals. And we got some snacks and shit. He said, you got cable? I was like, yeah, we can watch a movie and talk, chill, you know what I'm saying? And we sitting, we talking. We drinking, everything cool. Nothing. It seemed innocent. Then he said, you know, I really like you. I was like, yeah, I like you too. And he said, you know, I'm not married. I was like, you're not? I was like, I'm not either. I'm divorced. He was like, oh. He said, could you see yourself dating a guy like me? I said, well, I've never dated outside my race like that, but I like you, so I couldn't say, I won't say no, you know, anything's worth trying. And he was like, yeah. He was like, He said, so who takes care of you when you get out of work? He said, you really don't have nobody taking care of you. I was like, no, I take care of myself. And he was like, he said, that's such a shame, such a beautiful woman out here like this by herself. I said, well, it be like that. I choose to be alone right now at this time. And he was like, you do? I was like, yeah. He said, why? I said, because I'm healing. I'm learning in me, you know. I'm loving me. He said, I like that. And then he said, well, he said, I ain't gonna do nothing to you. He said, can I rub your feet? I said, rub my feet? He was like, yeah, I like feet. I was all shit. I was like, bruh. He said, come on. He said, look. He said, I ain't gonna hurt you. He said, give me your foot. So I give him my foot. He said, got some lotion? I was like, yeah, I gave him some lotion. He put some lotion on my feet, massaged my feet. We still chilling and talking. No harm, no foul. And he's still massaging me, and I'm talking, we chilling. I mean, we was really like vibing. Next thing you know, he was like, he said, can I rub your back? I said, no, I'm good. And he was like, oh, come on. You know what I'm saying? He said, I just proved I ain't gonna hurt you. I said, all right, fuck it. So I turned my back to him on the couch. And he's like, this ain't gonna work. I was like, well, what you mean it ain't gonna work? He said, lay on the bed so I can really like get your back. He said, how you gonna be relaxed? I'm trying to relax you. I was like, why you wanna relax me? He said, cause you're a hard-working woman. You out here by yourself. And you just need some tender love and care. He said, and I like taking care of my women. And if you gonna let me date you, then you know what I'm saying? This is what I do. I like to give massages. I was like, okay. I was like, all right, bro, come on. So he's massaging my back. And then one thing led to another. We wound it up, you know. We did the damn thing, whatever, right? I was celibate then. And I broke my celibacy with him. And it wasn't, yeah, I was like, it wasn't gonna work, okay? It wasn't good. The sex wasn't good. And I was just like, yeah, I think we'd be better off just, you know, being friends. You know, we still talked or whatever. And then he was like, can I come see you when I get out tonight? I'll bring you one of them margaritas or whatever. I said, we ain't having sex. He said, I know. I said, all right, because I'm tired and I just got out of work and I don't want to have no sex. You know what I'm saying? He was like, okay, it's cool. I said, all right. So he comes. We hanging out. We chilling. And then next thing you know, Uh, he said, and how long you worked? I said, I've been at work all day. He said, you look like you're tired. I was like, yeah. And he said, come here. He said, I know you what you said. I ain't gonna go there. I said, all right. So he rubbing my feet again. He said, come on back on the bed. Let me rub your back. I said, all right. So I go over there. I lay down. He rubbing my back and shit. And then next thing I know, we used protection the first time. And he's sitting there and he's like, man, I've been thinking about you since that last time. I was like, yeah, but, you know, let's take it slow. We move too fast. You know what I'm saying? He was like, you're right. Next thing I know, he's a big guy. He's short, but he's stout. You know what I'm saying? And I'm on my stomach, and he's sitting on my legs. And then he put all his weight in my back, and I thought he was just massaging me. He's got one hand pushing me down, and he takes the other hand, he snatches my shorts off. And then he impales me. I was like, what are you doing? Stop. No. And he was like, come on, one more time. No. I said, no, get off me. He wouldn't get up. He said, just give me a minute. No. I said no. And next thing you know, my whole body just went numb. I went completely numb. It's like I zoned out. I don't know where I went to. But I just went numb. And, what was his name? George. That was his name. And, he gathered himself and he left. I sat there like, damn. I just got fucking raped. But then I was conflicted because I'm like, but I consented last night, so would they see that as rape? You know? I mean, it wasn't last night, the last time. I consented the last time, so, but I didn't consent this time. I was confused. I didn't know, was I raped? I mean, could I, you know, I didn't know what to do. I'm like, damn. Should I call the police? I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do. I was confused. Because I'm like, I was just at a loss. I really didn't know what to do. And I was like, I don't know, because I consented the first time, but I didn't the second time. And I was like, is that still rape? I didn't know. But my spirit team like, yes, motherfucker, you got raped. You know? I never called the police on him. I never reported it. Because I was confused. I didn't know, you know. It was about how I would be looked at. At that time, I was worried about how I would be looked at. You know? Which is another thing that happens when you get raped. You know? Especially in situations like that. I did tell somebody though. Anyway. Trying to remember. I was at work. And this couple was like, they had a long fare. It was a long ride. And we was talking. And they had me taking them to some place that did not exist. And I'm like, bruh, y'all done came all the way out here on a dry run. I was like, what you mean? I said, this place ain't here. This is something else. He was like, oh my gosh, are you serious? I was like, yeah. And it's like, oh my gosh, what we gonna do? And because they were going to get some tattoos. And I was like, I don't know. I said, but y'all, if you need me to take you somewhere else, you're going to have to change the thing. He said, we already don't, because they already made their 2 stops. Me and my kind ass heart, they asked me, it was like, hey, I got an idea. They said, have you made what you need to make for the day? I said, not really. He was like, how short are you? And I told him. He said, I'll tell you what. He said, I know this is, you shouldn't be doing this. You know, this is weird or whatever. And I was like, what made me feel safe was that his wife was there. He said, we too far from where we need to be. And we can't make another stop. And we're going to be sitting out here till we get another ride. If you was to clock out and I pay you, could you take us where we need to go? I agreed to it. I took them. And we wound up going to this. We went to where the other place, and they was closed. They was there, but they was closed. And it was like, fuck. So now they're frustrated. It's like, man, fuck it. You drink? I was like, yeah. And he was like, shit, you wanna go have a good time? Since you're off. And I was like, they seemed cool, you know. I was like, fuck it. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? I was still dealing with that shit that happened, you know. We go to this bar called The Pond. And it ain't that many people now. And they was like, what you drink? I was like, and his wife, before I could say, she had shots, cosmopolitans. And I was like, what the fuck is a cosmopolitan? I ain't never had that. And she's like, girl, they're good. She said, you're gonna like them. I said, really? She was like, yes. She said, it tastes like lemon drops. I said, lemon drops? She's like, yes. I said, I ain't never had that shit, you know? So he goes and he ordered 3 cosmopolitans, right? And we toasting, we hit these shots, right? We chilling, we talking. And couldn't find out he supposedly had done something with Lil Wayne or some shit. He's in some type of music field or whatever. And they do all kind of shit. And they got to show me all these photos in their phone. But it was all with black women. This is a white couple now. And they showing me these photos, but these women look kind of weird. And I'm like, why these women look? You know, she didn't expect me to see those photos. I wasn't supposed to see them. The one she was trying to show me, I was looking. You see what I'm saying? So I'm looking over her shoulder, and she got all these pictures of these black women, different black women, and they look like, I don't know. They didn't look like they was coherent. Okay? And I'm looking like, oh shit. You know? So I'm like, fuck. Oh, god damn it. So anyway, I said, okay, we're gonna ride this shit out. Let's see how it's gonna go. So I'm sitting there, and he ordered another round of the cosmopolitans. And this one didn't feel right. I hit that one. So then I was like, we were sitting on a couch. I was like, I need to get up. I went to the bathroom. And they had moved to the bar, close to where the back door is. And I come out the bathroom. They had moved seats. And I sit at the bar with them. And the bartender, he looking at me. And he's kind of like looking like, man, you know. I don't know what he was saying. He wasn't saying nothing, but his eyes were saying everything. And I'm trying to read him, right? So I'm sitting there, but it's music, I'm tipsy, and I'm starting to feel for 2 shots, I shouldn't be feeling the way I was feeling. I felt a bit woozy, and I was like, the fuck? So then I ordered my own drink. And I drink it. I ordered me what was that? A blue motherfucker. I ordered a blue motherfucker, and I heard Spirit say take pictures. So I started taking pictures of them. And in one of the photos, let me see. In one of the photos, you can actually see like Spirit telling me they put something in my drink. And I'm sitting there, and the bartender keep giving me this weird look, and I'm looking at him, and I ain't saying nothing. I'm playing it cool, right? I feel this shit taking a hold of me, or whatever the fuck they dude put in my drink. I think he spiked my drink. Ain't no think he spiked my drink, and because he made sure I grabbed the right one. And I'm sitting there, and I'm starting to, get woozy. I'm a little too tipsy. See, here we go. I'm a little too goddamn tipsy. And you see that? I saw that in that picture. I said, damn, Spirit trying to tell me somebody to put something in my drink. Do you see how they look? Alright. So I started taking pictures. I got her ass. She put her sunglasses on so couldn't see her face. I'm like, come on, y'all. Let's take some pictures, He tried to stay. He's sitting right there, but he didn't want to take that picture. I got his ass anyway. Look how he looking. You know what I'm saying? I play it off, I was like, yeah, I see you. And this is when I got raped. I got dressed up and took myself out. He ripped that outfit up. I was sitting there, and I'm feeling this drug. You see how I was looking dazed and shit, right? And I'm like, oh shit, it's hitting me. And the bartender, he sees me. I actually started like drifting off to sleep. And it's this big burly ass white dude, gingerhead dude. I mean big. He big enough to pick my big ass up. He kept lurking around the back door. And I'm like, what the fuck going on? You know what I'm saying? And I'm paying attention to everybody. People that was there before I got that second shot disappeared. You know what I'm saying? And people going out the back door, and I'm like, the fuck? And that back door was not supposed to be utilized. There's no parking back there. Okay? So I'm like, now everybody going out the back door. These two acting extremely nervous. So I made sure I caught their ass on camera, got their picture. Excuse me. So I'm sitting there, and they was talking about how long they been married and all this stuff. They still trying to fake the funk and shit. So the bartender looked at me, and when he gave me that blue motherfucker, he put water in it. He put water in the blue motherfucker. And I drank it. And then after that, he said, what can I get for you? I said, give me a water. I caught on to what he was saying. I said, give me a water. He said, coming right up. He slid that water to me. He said, drink it quick. And I was looking at him like, okay. I was like, okay. So I drank the fucking water, right? And then they was trying, come on, you want another drink? You want another drink? I said, no, I'm good. I got to drive, y'all. And they was like, yeah. I said, I need to start coming down. You know what I'm saying? So the rest of the time we there, I ain't drinking no more. I'm coming down on whatever fuck. But whatever they gave me, it was fighting. So I just drunk water. I just started flushing with water. And the bartender was glad to keep giving it to me. He kept giving me that water too. He was a black dude with some dreads. He kept on giving me that water. I look up and I ain't even finished cup. He got another cup in front of me. You know, it's like God sent me an angel that day. So I'm sitting there and he throwing that water my way. I'm like, thank you. Thank you. You know what I'm saying? So I'm drinking that water. I'm chugging it. So now mind you, I was smoking the hell out of weed back then. My twin flame had gave me some weed and I still had it. It was some purple too. And I was actually in the process of moving hotels, so one of my suitcases I didn't get to take out. It was still in the back of the car with my weed in it. And the bartender was talking about he wish he got my shit. I sold this shit. I gave it to him. Yeah. He go, come on. You know? And I gave him that goddamn weed, got that money, and then I was ready to go. I said, I'm good now. You know what I'm saying? I'm ready to go. And I got it off me because something just told me I need to get rid of that weed. Because the police, when we come out, I went outside to smoke a cigarette, and it was all kind of polices outside. And I was like, what the fuck? You know? So then, and they went out there for nobody. What shit going on in the parking lot? And I'm like, the hell? Where all these police come from? So I got rid of that weed. I was like, I ain't finna be riding with this weed. I'm finna get rid of this shit. Because I kept hearing little buddy talking about he wish he had some weed. The bartender. I sold it to him. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Got rid of that shit. And I got it up off me with the quickness because all them police was sitting outside. I go back in after I finish my cigarette. I'm like, y'all, I'm getting ready to go. Y'all ready? Where y'all need me to drop y'all off at? Because I'm getting ready to go. And they was like, well, we right around the corner. And I looked. I said, yeah, I knew y'all was on some bullshit. We're right around the corner at the hotel. I was like, you want to come up? Oh, no, I'm good. We go. I'm driving. They tell me how to get there, and then we get outside. Well, you know, you got to go all the way back to Nashville because we drove out of the city limits. You got to go all the way back to Nashville. You know, you might as well come on up and go on and sleep that off. I said, nah, baby, I'm good. I'm good. He was like, you sure about that? And then he's looking nervous. I said, yeah, I'm absolutely sure. Y'all have a good night. You know what I'm saying? And he's like, man, I hate to see you drive that far. I said, no, I got it. I'm good. Y'all go have a good night. Go on in there. You know what I'm saying? I kicked the ass out of my car. And I drove my ass home. And I made it home. I think them people was trafficking. Because all those women looked disoriented in that photo. And that's what I seriously think they was doing, trafficking. But anyway, I got double my pay for that day, and I was gone home. And I took the day off the next day. I said, But yeah, so, yeah, that's, I don't know why Spirit had me tell y'all. My daddy actually had me tell y'all all this. Is that all you need me to tell them, Daddy? Was there a reason behind this? It was. Did somebody need to hear? To help somebody? Okay. Is there anything else? Because I'm sleepy. That's it? We can go. Alright, so I'm gonna get out of here, y'all. I hope that information is helpful to those who may be going through shit, man. You know, use your discernment, man. My discernment got me out of a lot of sticky situations that I put myself in, you know. And some I didn't make it out of, but I survived them, you know. Be careful, all right? That's another reason why I'm very guarded about my energy now. You know, when it comes to me and my energy, I learned a lot of tough ass lessons. You know, being too kind-hearted and free-hearted got me in some trouble. You know, so it's not that I'm not that. I'm just more discerning on who I give that to. You know, everybody can't get that energy out of me anymore. Because I used to just be that way with any and everybody. You know, a lot of people used to try to say I'm gullible. No, I'm not gullible. I'm just kind-hearted. You know, I'm up on game, even though I sometimes I take risks. You know, because you only live once. You know, and I was still using my pendulum too. So it's kind of like Most High was sending me on missions that was tricky. You know, because I asked the Most High. You know, hey, should I even, you know. While they was talking back in that back seat, I asked God, I used my pen. He was like, go ahead and go. You're going to be all right. You know what I'm saying? So I go. You know, I don't do anything without God. You know, and God let me know I was going to be okay, so that's why I did it. But when it comes to that shit with the dude that still ain't asked God shit, you know, because that was before I got chased out the city. That's when I started realize I was really being gang stalked. When I got raped by the guy that owned the store. I was being followed at the hotel. You know, I do know I was being followed. And I accidentally walked up on a group of people talking about breaking in my room. And that was the day I fled that hotel. I packed my shit up after I heard that conversation. I packed my room up. It was some little, he looked like he was black but Hispanic or something like that, Dominican Republic or something like that, Dominican or something. And there was two white boys and some dark-skinned man. And I got off the elevator. No, they didn't know. They didn't see me coming. They didn't see me coming. And they was talking about my room. I heard them say the room number. And talking about breaking in my room. So, I quietly crept on past, went in my room, locked my door behind me, pushed the desk up to the door, and then I started packing my shit. I packed everything in that room before I went to sleep that night, took my shower, got my clothes out, got my knife, and I slept with my knife in my hand all night. And then that was the beginning of the gang, that me knowing I was being gang stalked. I said I was getting out of here, and here I am with another story. But anyway, I had got all my shit in order, put it in order in which it was going out that door on that dolly to my car. I was strategically moving. When my lights went out that night, I heard somebody rattling with the door trying to break in. I cut all the lights out so it'd be pitch black in that room. And they rattling with the door, but they couldn't get it. Because I had all the locks engaged. And good thing the lock was good. It was they couldn't break this lock. They didn't get the lock open, but you could hear them fumbling with it, trying to get it open. And I prayed that lock hold. You know, I was sitting there just praying. And then finally, they gave up. I went to sleep. I wake up at the crack of dawn. The sun hadn't even rose yet. I went downstairs to the office, told them I was checking out, got my deposit, grabbed the dolly, flew back up to my room quietly where nobody could see me, and crept in my room and packed that dolly up. And I went downstairs and loaded my car. I had 2 trips. But on my last trip, that's when they was waking up and looking. Still with sleep in their eyes, and I was in my car pulling the fuck off. Pew, gone on their ass. You know what I'm saying? I got gone. But yeah, that's when I realized I was being gang stalked. That's how I found out. You know, and it ain't how I found out, but that's when I really believed it. somebody came to me and told me when I lived in Clarksville, this guy was seeing. He told me, he was like, man, you being gang stalked. I said, what you mean I'm being gang stalked? I ain't know what the fuck a gang stalk was. He said, you being gang stalked. I said, what you mean? You being gang stalked. I said, how do you know that? He wouldn't say. He would not tell me how he knew. He just told me I was being gang stalked. I put my twin on him. I stopped fucking with him after that because he was being weird. And my twin came back around, and one day me and him was riding around, and he was like, he said, I know you been fucking around. Who that nigga you was fucking with? I said, what nigga? Because see, my twin followed me. He did know. He wasn't lying. He followed me. And I seen he trying to lay low, got this damn hat pulled down over his eyes, thinking I didn't see him in the rearview mirror following me, but I saw that ass. Anyway, you know, I ain't shit. I didn't know what the fuck going on. He just ghosted my ass. Then he was ghosting me. You know what I'm saying? In the beginning, my twin was ghosting the shit out of me. He had we in the passenger seat, right? He was like, what you he said, I know you been fucking somebody. I said, what you expect me to do? Hey, you just disappear on a nigga, what I'm supposed to do? You know what I'm saying? I got needs too. And he said, you my goddamn woman. I said, oh, I'm your woman now? He said, well, you know what I mean. I was like, so now you don't want to repeat that shit. And he said, motherfucker, I said, I don't fuck with dude no more. He crazy. And he was like, what you mean? I said, dude, silly, man. And he started getting weird and shit. Nigga broke a bottle next to me and some other shit. I'm like, yeah, I left that nigga alone. He was like, what the fuck? I said, he probably down here hanging out this stove. And he was like, what you mean? I said, man, this nigga is stalking me. Every time I turn around, he come. If he see me, because he lived down the street. I said, if he see me, he come running. And he was like, let the motherfucker be at the store. I hope he at the store. He's gonna whoop his ass. I was tripping. And I was like, oh, you will fight for me? He just looked at me. That's that night. That's that night. He spent the night and wouldn't let me go to sleep. He got mad. He was mad at me. That was the first time I realized I could see my twin when he ain't around. Because when I was dating that dude, I heard my twin holler, no! And then these bright lights just shot in my eyes. And I was like, oh shit, he tapped in. And I heard him holler, no! And I was like, what the fuck? Nigga, you been gone down there 2-3 weeks to a month. I don't know what the fuck. You know what I'm saying? With no word, no explanation, just gone. You know what I'm saying? So hell, I figured you done went on, moved on, whatever. I left it alone, right? Shit, I moved on. I took it as you was done, you know? And he was like, did I say we was done? I was like, no. He's all right, then. Get your ass over here. And he tortured my ass all night long till the sun came up. Wouldn't let me sleep. Every time I doze out, he'd come. I said, okay. He beat me up for that, but it was, you know. That shit's crazy. Yeah, but I remember that little motherfucker, he told me, he came out of his mouth and said, you're being gang stalked. And that's when I learned what it meant. And I'm like, what the fuck is a gang stalk? And then I started noticing little shit, and I was like, And then that's when I moved to Nashville, back to Nashville. And I figured I got away from it. Shit. Yeah, right. It was just getting started up. They were still gathering. You know what I'm saying? Building a little army against me. And I was like, damn. And then my children telling me slick shit that certain individuals supposed to say, don't riding past where I stay at. They ain't supposed to know where I live at. Tell me that place looked familiar, right? Because my kids wasn't telling nobody my location. You know? I told them, don't tell nobody where I stay at. I don't want nobody know where I live at. They're like, I ain't telling nobody, mama. I said, if y'all tell, y'all can't come. You know? So they're like, we ain't gonna tell nobody. I said, good. So that was an understanding I had with my kids, because when I looked up gang stalking, I'm like, okay, well, whoever's stalking me, you know what I'm saying? I don't need nobody to know my whereabouts. My family didn't even know where the fuck I was, you know? But them two motherfuckers knew where I was at. And I'm like, damn, so y'all must be in on this shit. How the hell y'all know where I stay if my kids, because I questioned, they's like, well, mama, I don't know how daddy know, but he know where you stay at. I said, did y'all tell him? No. We was going to Dave and Buster's, rode past there, and daddy hollered, that looked familiar, don't it? And then she's like, huh, I wonder if she there. I was like, oh shit. That's when I found out my baby daddy and his wife was stalking me. So, you know, and the shit didn't stop. But it's a lot, you know. But anyway, I'm gonna get out here, because if I don't, I'm gonna keep on talking till the goddamn sun come up. And I'm tired. I need to get me some rest. But yeah, I don't know why I got it to share all that shit with y'all, but I hope it was useful for whoever needed. You know what I'm saying? And I'll send y'all out with peace, love, and light. Alright, y'all. And yes, whoever Biddy is, it's real. Alright, y'all have a good night. Or a good morning. Peace. I've been on this shit 4 hours. Damn.